Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Suraj Singh, Engineer Suraj Singh from Bharat, India, June 8, 2020. Another day of criticality and moving towards what? Unknown. And this is talk about brief on current situation and management, contracts, quality, etc. As usual, talking when you people are sleeping, but universe is not sleeping. Universe never sleeps. That's beauty of universe. Universe does not sleep. That's beauty of universe and you and myself. Back to you. Not much information, current information on COVID-19. COVID-19, a consolidated danger on this planet towards humanity. It seems is well prepared, well programmed by that honor of everybody living on earth. Who is that honor? I need not explain, I need not name. You must know yourself. Cross many millions. 7 million, they say, cross 7 millions. Okay, cross 7 millions. 7 millions what? 7 millions inspections. Officially they say. So, you think it's right? Officially, we say 7 million. Who we say? We, dishonest society, dishonest world. Honesty, dishonesty. Honesty and dishonesty. Sincerity and no sincerity. Commitment or no commitment. Truth or false. There are so many parameters, attributes we relate to while charting out moral values of everyone. Moral values on which our life depends. We expect everybody to be moral, positive moral, ethics with ethics and honesty. And of course, good soul, though we don't believe in soul scientifically, but there is. Irrespective of we believe it or we do not believe it, whatever exists, exists. We don't believe God also, but God exists. We may accept it or we may not accept it, that's up to us. And moreover, our acceptance got no meaning at all. Because whatever is, is. We cannot say no. But we should have one term, one factor with full strength, which is very important to do something or everything. And that is certainty. When I do something, I must have something in my mind. If I do something, I must have something in my mind. And that something should not be, just anything and I try it and do it. No, it can't be that. No. It should be based on certain formula, certain calculation, certain empirical formula or logical formula or rational formula or whatever type of, a kind of creation of mind, everybody's mind. When it is something, you have to, at least if not 100% sure, to start with you show something in imagination, not in reality. In imagination, because imagination keeps on changing. depending on your thoughts, depending on, because imagination will not lose anything. It's not going to change anything until it's converted to physical form. So when I say certainty, so when I say 7 million cases, or point, you can say 7 million, 70 lakhs, 7 million, point 0.7 crores, you can say 0.7 crores. Okay, they say, fine, we accept this. But if you keep honesty factor or dishonesty factor or truth factor or false factor, you say, let us put a zero around. If you use zero power here, means it's, you can say, 10 to power 1, it equals, rather than 7 million, it should be 70 million. Could be. Why we don't trust like this? 8 billion people, and many, you can say, many journalists, many reporters, many leaders, and information coming from thousands of places cannot be trusted straight away. So question of numbers would remain. America, a power country, till now has been impacted most, followed by Europe, and then many other countries, like we are one in this case. We people of Bharat, India, as it's like we say, we people of world. So we people of world have been subject to impact of COVID-19, and this impact is not very light but heavy, and I think once in century, probably, I'm not sure, century or could be millennium, this has threatened lives of humans in such a way that we are not even able to identify its source or who is this. When we compare size of this unit attack, COVID-19, I am very much surprised or amazed at power of that unit, which unit is, you can say, 0.000254 millimeters. This power, this size, we use in our concrete sometimes, you see, silica fumes which coat particles of cement and then keep them in suspension. Size of those particles is very, very small, because it enters into particles of cement and coats them. And this size which we are talking of, it's often beyond the reach of electron microscope to see it. Even electron microscope cannot see it. You can imagine what size it is. I think it's less than size of electron, much lesser than size of electron. Forget size of proton and size of neutron. Such small particle. See, power of God. Such small particle, which is invisible but very powerful. Once it enters system of your body, it produces its many millions and millions of replicas, copies, and then probably transforms itself to certain shape. Maybe I'm talking imaginatively, hypothetically, you can say, but it is not escapism. This is like some solve could work like that. Only requirement is one particle enters your body either through nose or through mouth or through eyes or through ears or whatever open center it can. It goes into your system and there it works very fast then because it gets its food there. Whatever food is required for its expansion, its thriving, its multiplication, its augmentation, and then it constitutes itself into millions of chains and a kind of soul enters your body, though it's not scientifically proved, but imagination says that. Means it works not as one particle then, it works as entity into your body. Means you can say a kind of artificial soul has entered your body, though it's not artificial because we have not done anything, but you can say art of God, art of soul, art of that system, which is much powerful than our system, body system, human body system. This is what I can imagine, I can skepticize, I can say it's my thought that this once enters your body, it works like that. Nose is too big for this to enter, it's too much. Similarly, mouth is, eyes are. Out of these doors, we can say, these particles can very easily go, and not only one particle, maybe thousands of particles can go. As its medical science says, or scientist says that these COVID droplets, which are suspended in air for many hours, many hours, this means in many hours that air particle can evaporate. Water particle can evaporate, and particle that carries it from when you exhale or you spit out, or you can say you sneeze out, this particles remains suspended in air for many hours. And in many hours, if it's sun, then water part of that can evaporate, leaving these particles there in very light form because weight of water goes away from those particles surfaces. And if just suppose say we are walking, roaming here there, and that particle by chance is available on your route, and you inhale, you may not say this is transmission by air, but particle is present in air, or you are inhaling air, so that particle can also come to your nose and enter your body. So it's very dangerous in fact. It's very dangerous. I am sure even mask won't stop it. Mask is too big. There's enough space, angular space between surface of your faces and surface of your face and mask body, mask surface. So mask, I think, is just just to say that we are taking precaution measure. By chance, it comes directly to your nose, not through your at an angle, but we cannot guarantee that it can come directly only because there is no fixed direction of wind. The wind flies in all 360 degrees vertical and horizontal. So it can come. Mask won't stop it, but yes, it's protective measure. If at least dust won't come to your nose. So there is every danger. Till now, conclusion is not available how this particle comes, how this virus works, how its body. So we can say there are probabilities that it can enter our body by whatever way. And I'm concerned, I'm not scientist of this field, I'm engineer, and engineer and science are not much different fields. You can say one is an application while one is in research work. So research is misuse of mind. I'm not in the laboratory, I don't know this, but I can imagine this phenomenon which can transform this particle available in suspension in air to go to our internal part of body through nose and mind, eyes. And they say route through eyes is very fast. So there's every possibility that people are not taking care. Even of eyes, I'm not saying to people, instruction they keep eyes also protected. There's use mask, means only nose and mouth are protected, ears and eyes are protected. These also require protection. Well, that's another part of health scientists to answer. My question is probabilities they are enter your body. So you can say in to some part or to some percentage there's a probability that this virus can enter through air also momentarily. We may say no, that it doesn't enter. That's entirely not true. It can enter because it's beyond our control to know it. And remember, God is very expert, top expert of universe, who can work on seriousness and secrecy. Secrecy is power of God, secrecy is formula of God. God means secrecy, just like nature means secrets. Now we know a lot of nature, lot of working of nature. So scientifically you can say that everything is not secret, which is known to us. And like sun is not secret, air is not secret, and many other, earth is not secret, and soil is not secret, moisture is not secret, stars are not secret, like that. What is not secret means, yeah, but there are so many more secrets which we cannot see them. That's also true. That there are so many secrets even we don't know from our mind, how mind is works. Total functioning of mind is still unknown. Just like how earthquake comes in is still unknown. So we do not know exactly what this virus works. But it's true that it's working very efficiently, very fast, and that it is with unequal power. Currently, there's no power that can combat it. Yes, they are just in panic, and they are imagining first wave or second wave or third wave or fourth wave or man to man or person to person. It's all assumptions, just like we do science and study of scientific subjects or mathematics. Let us assume this, let us assume that, let us consider this, let us consider that. That type of situation is working now. No formula, given formula or formula derived or empirical one. We are not having any such answer to that. And it takes time, maybe it takes years to answer. And of course, we don't have any reliable treatment towards this problem. So, all circumstances say that you have to stay with this. Today it may be 7 million, it could be 70 million one day, and of course then it go to 700 million one day, and maybe then it could be 28 crores or 280 million one day, 2800 million one day. Who knows? Nobody knows what is purpose of this virus, what is ambition, why it has come. Only assumptions are there, feelings are there. I can feel, you can feel. This could be that, that could be this. But we do not know. We can say God might have thought this. We can say God might have thought this. But there is no surety on that, there is no cover on that. I can't say with proof that God has sent this for this purpose. But one point is sure, that this is very powerful. Very powerful, not in the sense that it is going to harm humanity. It's powerful in the sense that it has taken control all over the world. That's more sensible. You can say, in fact, it has defeated whole world practically. Defeat doesn't mean it has won over you. It's already there. You cannot see it. And when you cannot see it, you cannot act against it. But it is acting against you. This means it has total control on you. You may stay in home, you may stay in roof, you may stay in open. For virus, it doesn't make a difference. It knows what you are doing, but you don't know what it is doing. Practically is that. We can see this virus. Virus knows what we are doing. This virus knows what we are doing all over the world. Because we don't know what this virus is doing. That's beauty of that. This is war between. You cannot say war. Actually, it's not war. Our God cannot fight with us. He will not fight with us because we are children of God. But God has a responsibility to set naughty children to good children. So God wants us to convert every day. I talk that it's can say a kind of moral value we should have in respect of God. God doesn't stay in any religion. God doesn't stay in any building of religion. It stays in your minds and in your hearts. God is with everybody. I'm not talking spiritualism, I'm talking practicality. Your body is worked upon by God all time, every moment since you were born, and your your God has placed a body for you in very well defined systematic manner, and this system is working on its own, doesn't stop. There's no station or airport for this to come down or go up. This is system, total system, continuous system, and that's beauty of nature. And nature has done this since this virus has been there. When your machine doesn't work, sometimes you have to repair that machine, and sometimes battery is not properly charged. You have to charge battery or change battery or change some other part of machine, spare part of machine. So God's machines are there, 8 billion machines on earth, and not only 8 billion machines, there are billions of machines of in respect of you can so-called biodiversity, genetics of kinds and creatures, all living beings. When God gives us something, it's our duty to preserve that, to maintain that, so that God gives us more and more in that form. But if God gives us something, you throw it out. If your father gives you food, your mother gives you food, okay, my son, my daughter, take it. And you don't like that food, or you are having with your dirty brain, you are having anger with your mother or father, and you throw away that food or that plate of food or chapati or rice or food. Okay, I don't eat it. That's point here. That God gave you many things, everything to live in, and you throw it. So you think, God shall be happy with you. Of course, God thinks my kid is mad, it's naughty. He'll try again to help you, and God help you always since this earth, this solar system was delivered. He used to help, he's been continuously helping us. But we're not helping, you're not cooperating with our parent, you're not respecting our parent. That's the point here. If you don't respect our parent, means in childhood, then you expect when you grow up, when you become adults and to be children, listen to them. And you further go up until we are well matured. And you are being well matured, we want to respect them. I've seen people, young people, old, you say, are being married with their parent at old homes, and they don't respect me. They have no respect for their parent. So that's what I'm saying means same applies to us in current situation or any other situation can or some other situation to come in future here. That point must understand very well. So I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right. You can think your way. But you shall think only when your mind is free from all clubs, all corpses. If your mind is there, means yes, thousands and crowds of jobs are gone, people are unemployed, there's no way how to exist. And that's what God wants. Learn a lesson. You're getting a lesson from God that you have to amend yourself, and you can't amend yourself, then certainly your God shall amend you, because after all, it's a responsibility. God doesn't spare anybody. That's also true. We know that. And we also know that God is God. No one can go against God. You worship God or don't worship God, it doesn't make a difference as far as human is concerned. If you worship God, you worship for yourself. You worship for your intimacy with God. That may be right intimacy or wrong intimacy, that you have to decide. But worship is one part of life, it's not every part of life. What I understand by worship as that whatever God has sent you to this earth to work for, that's called work, and if you do that work, and that's worship. If you help others, that's worship. If you think of poor, that's worship. If you think of those who are very downtrodden, it's worship. If you think of these animals, you are worshipping. If you think of all those, you are worshiping. But it's not happening. This money power is much more than sometimes in physical form than all other powers. The money power practically is not that big, but we have measured this power. We are able to do much more higher than all other powers. It's once say of money, 99% people think remain in drug addict of that, in narcotism of the money. If you got money, wealth, people think they are happy, they have progressed well, and that narcotism doesn't allow them to think below their line. Hardly there are 1 or 2% people who are rich and also think for others. Means they understand money is not everything. Humanity is also part of life. Respecting others, helping others is also part of life. Help doesn't mean help using money, help giving wealth to others. Then help something means helping others have many ways to help others. So COVID is not your enemy, what I understand. COVID-19 is not human enemy. Every country said enemy has come and we have to fight with it and we have to have victory over it. That's point where we are wrong. That's point where we are all are wrong. Who is there? There's no one. There's no one who will fight because you don't know who is there. Whom will you fight? Let us say if it has been sent, it was sent by your God whom you worship. Let's assume it's sent by that power. With whom you'll fight? With God? Can you imagine fighting with God? You can't imagine even. Even if you have that nature, you can think only to fight with that. But practically speaking, there is no way out to fight with that. Those who think that way, they cannot do anything in life because you are going to fight with your mother and fathers for what? You are going to fight with your forefathers for what? You are going to fight with all those who are your forefathers for what? No objective, no goal, just because I want to fight. Okay, fight. Go to wall and break your head. This one you can fight. You don't know what's identity of that power is challenging you. How can you fight? You don't know where it is, how it is. How can you fight? So it's a kind of boiling mind, boiling blood, because you are not able to do something or to understand it. What's message is giving, you can't do anything. This virus has proved that humanity is very weak. You don't understand this proof. Only in a couple of months, a few months, this virus has stopped you from all your activities. It stopped you. It sent you to closed homes, stay inside. It is so powerful it is. A country like America, who think it's superpower, is virtually, spiritually broken. A country which cannot even digest if its one citizen is killed somewhere or harassed somewhere. You can see millions have been affected. Millions. And probably millions have died or would die. That is superpower of world. If this is the state of the superpower by this unknown power, what shall be the state of others? That's what a question arises. We have to raise question to ourselves first. What do we understand by this virus? That's point is there. There are more dangerous viruses than this virus in our minds, in our hearts. More dangerous viruses, and we are just afraid of this virus. What is virus? How can you help yourself from, you know, from effect of which which kills others? Means when two persons fight in the name of religion, or in the name of caste, or in the name of racism, we those two fight and kill each other, or one kills others. What do you call it? When you start hating communities, I mean other communities or other people, shooting them, killing them on roads, torturing them, what do you call that? So virus is not only COVID-19. There are many more viruses in all countries. Some viruses forces police to kill someone else. That's happened in George Floyd case. It happened there. This virus, that virus, I'm not talking of COVID-19, virus of humanity. I say humanity is also a virus. When you are so powerful, think that you are powerful, kill others, you kill animals, you kill everybody because you want to kill. It's not a specialism, it's not some preaching I'm making, it's just reference I'm giving. What do you call that virus? What is that virus which you annoyed, you harassed, you embarrassed? Some poor people. What's that virus? Is that not virus? Your created virus. That's not God created virus. Crores people were tortured by walking on road. They are forced to walk on road to reach their homes. Despite this country has all facilities, despite everything we have buses, we have 12,000 trains, we have thousands of buses in all states. And despite having that, we force these poor people to walk on road. I'm calling poor because they don't have money. I'm not calling poor because they are not poor by hard work, they are not poor by strength, they are not poor to work. So we can call poor only because of their economic state. Otherwise they are not poor. And moreover, their economic state may be down, but they are making economic states of others up. That's also a fact. We are very, idiotic class of people in our country. Idiotic class. We so-call ourselves that we are knowledge economy, we are knowledge society, but I say we are duffer society. Frankly speaking, it applies to me also. We are duffer society. We are society whose conscience is dead. We are society whose hearts are dead, whose minds are energetic but working wise dead. If my minds cannot think, I cannot analyze something, I cannot reach somewhere by considering all goods and bads, or all merits and demerits of whatever case. I cannot say that I am an educated person despite I am having all degrees. Those degrees don't make me intelligent, those degrees don't make me a person who thinks for all. It's your character, your moral ethics what to say about. If you want to hate someone in name of religion, or if you want to hate someone in name of caste or in name of color of skin, then you are not human being. You don't have idea how to live. You don't have mind to think. You don't have to differentiate what you are talking of. If you say, I am higher class and this person is lower class, then you are a foolish person. Where is class of humanity? Does humanity has any class? No, humanity doesn't. Does humanity have certain class? I say no. If somebody asks me, humanity got no class. Humanity has only one class, that I was made by God and you were made by God. Animals were made by God. Everything is made by God. So how can you consider yourself higher than someone else? And you are higher, you are considering yourself higher only because, not because of your soul, but because of your body, because you consider yourself following certain religion because your parent followed that, your grandparent followed that. No other reason exists. You never thought of the analyze means why did you analyze why you are this religion? Okay, even your baby, you were not in your mood, you did not know, it's not your right. But when you have developed yourself, you come up with age of maturity, you must think of why, after all, I am following this religion. Question must be around, but nobody thinks, nobody raises this question because their minds are closed. Religions close mind, that's what I understand. All religions are artificial. There is no evidence in any religion, yet people believe them and trust them. And that's where problem lies in. Means we trust everything. Our power to believe is very strong. That is 0, 0. I think our system is dying little. Audio is very weak. Maybe you don't get this my voice very clearly in between, because here I'm finding video and audio. This is now it's okay. I think it's little better than before. It's dropping, maybe due to bad weather or some other reason. I cannot say it's happening. And good morning, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Thank you very much for joining again. Morning, not sleeping. All fine. I see. I'm not a person very much believing in religions, because my religion is different, and that's nature, humanity, well-beings of everybody. Because you don't have any right on yourself. You are not your own property. You are property of your Almighty Father, Mother, God, whatever you say that. I can't say alone Father, because alone Father cannot do anything, and alone Mother also cannot do anything. They are both together, and that's what nature is. You can define your way how you are to live in whatever religion you believe in. You always say, I believe in. Everybody says, my belief, my faith. Nobody says, my confirmation. I have not seen one person in the whole world who can say, yes, it is confirmed. As if something is confirmed, it must be seen, it must be produced. But you cannot say that. You only say, I believe in, I have trust, I have faith. Okay, that's not work of mind, to be very frank. Faith, belief, all that cannot be called work of mind. It's work of your beliefs, work of your conscious, work of your soul. So that is not confirmable. But this virus is not that. This virus is confirmed. We don't know how it is, but its work is confirmed. What this virus is doing, that is confirmed. That is known to everybody. Virus knows everything what's happening in this world. What I am doing, what you are doing, what all are doing. Because just like I think if we are 8 billion people on earth, maybe there are 2 billion or 1 billion virus or 0.1 billion number of such viruses are working around. It's like army that works in certain country to attack on other country, or it takes position of other country and then say, I'm victorious. Though you are not victorious, but you call, we have won it. It's good. It means in your world, in your life, on ground, mundane world is fine. You have won it. But if this virus, if you take on world plan, world map, it has taken all controls gradually. More than 210 countries, or all countries you can say, have been impacted upon by this virus. Just think scientifically. Just think, engineering wise, think practically. There is no army in this world. There is no air force in this world. There is no navy in this world. Or there is no such other force in this world which can take control of whole world. Can you tell me a single force of world, of whatever country, that can control all world? In history also everybody failed. The thought will world take control of world. There's no history as such that somebody has taken control or had taken control in the past. But this virus has taken control. Just think scientifically. Who can control whole world? Momentarily. Think. Thinking does not require any money. You think. What sort of army, what sort of power it is. Within few months, it has consolidated all its bases around the world in such a way that human cannot reach to this virus. This virus reaches human. Means this virus has full control on ourselves. We don't have any control to even understand what this virus is. That is the real point. Our thousands of scientists or lakhs of scientists, engineers, others have failed. And there's no chances in near future we know about this. We may know only assumptions, presumptions, but not facts. When such a situation arises that human fails in its approach to chart out scientifically, technically, or you can say in a way, reliable way that can give an answer, we all stay in dark. We don't know what light, through which point light would come, and then through which point it would reflect back. That position we don't have. So when we don't have a state that we can understand what this virus is all about, we can't even act against that. So this is, you can say, is a will of God, that this virus cannot be known to you now until you learn a lesson. And that's not going to happen, I'm sure. If I say everybody become honest, if I say everyone in the world should be honest, I say should be, or shall be, or maybe, but I cannot say is. Difference, understand? Shall be, maybe, would be, could be, but never say is. I want to see that stage when people say everybody is honest. Everybody trusts in itself. Everybody works sincerely, and all corruption has gone from public. Until we get that stage, such viruses keep coming. We cannot understand this point because we have too much knowledge in science. And having knowledge in science is a very good part of life. But still it's not science. Those scientists are working, but still this virus cannot be defined as science till now. Because it's not known. It is a system. It's God's system, one of systems, various systems, it's one of them. But this system is still a secret. And that secret is to be released. That secret is required to be released. And once we know that secret, once we know that system, how it's working, at that time it shall not be secret. It shall not remain secret. It shall be called science. You try to understand what I say. There is one word knowledge and there is one word science. What is difference between knowledge and science? This is difference. When we know there is a system, but we don't know how it's working and what it's all about, we just say yes, something is working. Yes, something is unknown to us. And when you try to think on that system, try to find some knowledge from the system or concentrate on that system, gradually your mind would work into that concentration, into that local power, and maybe after some time, if you are fortunate enough and you work at international levels, you work with other countries like USA people or America or England people or those scientists or others, that point is required. That stage is required, we can say that this is scientific stage. So still, it's not somewhere else. If somebody says use this medicine, use that medicine, and nobody knows which medicine to be used, so solution cannot be. And we are when we fail ourselves, we cannot find solution. So we leave it to God. That's natural. That is particular thinking of everybody. Once time you say, oh, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in nature, I don't believe in this and that, but immediately you start believing because you failed. You know, when someone is successful in his field, non-field, doesn't find problems, gets easily job and gets in your appointment, but when you are assumed, you are not interested to give some back to people who don't have that. My dear friends, my talk about this virus is just indicative. It is just, to remind you that try to live with it. You can't run away from this. Always there is a change, and this is a change too. Change means change of standards, change of living style, change of working style. One by one you have to adjust with nature. And if you cannot adjust with nature, then nature is not going to help you. You help yourself. If doctor says because of low immunity this virus enters, so make your immunity up, rise it, take your immunity to higher levels, and for that you have to do whatever you do it. That is required. And if you don't do that, certainly this virus will impact on you. And that impact you may not be able to digest. And don't remember that this moral value is very small. Yes, moral value is very small here because we don't have moral and we don't want to understand. Tell me one thing, there are 99% people who have never seen God, but do they believe or don't they believe? Question is that. Irrespective of what religion you are, you have not seen God. None of us seen God. But do we believe? We believe sincerely, or we believe because what others will believe? If you don't believe, if I do something, believing that others would see me what I am doing, it doesn't mean anything. If others see me, I am doing something. And if somebody doesn't see what I am doing, what's the difference between two? Is there any difference? If I do something, if I only do that, nobody else knows that, what shall happen? Nothing will happen. Here point is you are doing something. You are doing something, and that doing doesn't mean it should be seen by others. And if it's seen by others, even then it doesn't mean anything. Because you had to do, you are doing this. That's it. Just try this way. You are doing alone. You are involved in that. So that's all. It's your job you are doing. It's your destiny. And you are doing. So if somebody sees that or doesn't see that, does it mean anything? It doesn't mean anything. Until this work which I am doing relates to that other. If that relates to that other, it's okay, fine. So what I say, virus is looking at us. Certainly. And saying, change yourself. Change is a must because everything cannot stay forever. Everything cannot stay forever. Change is a must. Change, 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 depending upon developments, depending upon current situation, and depending upon yourself. Change is a must. So is that. This means this time it has come from virus, through virus, by virus. That everybody has been forced, which never happened before in the whole world, even during First World War, Second World War. Nothing happened. But there is no war at the moment. No war. But people are so scared as if there is a war. This is what God wants you. Means God has brought you to a level no war could, no war would. So everybody wants to live. 99% people want to live. They don't want to die. Our world economy is so less powerful, so weak, it could not even digest effect of 2-3 months. So weak we are. So what is power of economy then? Means economy of world is not very strong in that case. We may consider. But everybody wants to be advanced in economy. That's also a point. When I was too small, too young, could not understand subjects, could not understand life that time, did not understand what it would be. So I used to think all the time, after all, why we are making money, why we are earning? What's the requirement? Because at that time I did not know that I was getting milk from my mother. I could not understand that. And also I could not understand, after all, where from material is coming, where to money is going, and why we are working all the time, why we are getting money. This was that small level of education. Then we kept on learning, hired one teacher, kept on learning, and that learning had no limit. If you understand that limit, if you understand what's the purpose of life, life would be easy. If you understand what's the purpose of my life, purpose of life, because there are so many billion people, same purpose, Our purpose is what? Unfortunately, we talk of economy, but we do not know what economy is. We do not know. Our economy is that we should have money, everybody should have money to live good life, strong life. That is purpose of our thinking. Our mindset is that. If you don't earn, you are not good. If you don't do something for us, you are not good. This is our culture. That's why I say, when I ask some question, people don't understand that question. I always ask, and I am again asking him, after all, can someone tell me what is wealth? What is wealth? W-E-A-L-T-H. Daulat, dhan, we call in Hindi, our language. Dhan, daulat. What is that dhan, daulat? I want to know definition of that. And not only from one and from everyone. You may be economist or you may not be economist. You may be ordinary person, but you are dealing with money. You are dealing with wealth. What is that wealth? That's my point. And from where it comes, who gives it, And why does that person give? To whom it gives? Why does it give to someone? Many questions. If you want to raise question, you can put a long queue of these questions. And no one would answer that, I'm sure. Nobody will answer that. It's very common sense, when say, after all, from where this money comes? From where, who gives it to me and to everybody? And for what? Who is giving you this? If I'm asking definition of wealth, what is definition of wealth? You must have a house, you must have a car, you must have some land, you must have some property. You will all say that. We say this person is number one in world, in wealth. Okay, fine. But from where that person got this wealth? This is a point to be understood. Can someone tell me what is wealth? What answer I get or would that is same as I know you know. Just think over positively. In the first principle, not what others say, or don't use any reference. Use first principle calculations when we talk in science or in mathematics or in formula, physics, chemistry, or we drive some mathematical formula. What we say, use first principle. Use elementary formula. Do it elementarily and reach answer to prove whatever question was. We are behind wealth, all people of world. I am not talking one country, all. But common man does not understand from where wealth comes. If you are a common man, you want to make money for whole day, what you do? Because you don't have any other source, you go to railway station or somewhere, or you start begging, or you start whatever you want to, or you want to sell something, small item, and make money. Actually, is it making money or it is something else? When you are doing trade, you are doing small hawker shop, just like I said, go there and do this one. It will get you this much, you will make some money there. Wrong. It's exchange only, I should say. Your wealth is dependent on exchange of money. Exchange of money. My concept is completely different. I have talked many times here, and probably people don't understand that. There are two ways we get wealth. Number one, that is annual wealth, and that is real wealth in fact. In fact, that is real wealth that due to which we live. We live on earth. We live means that is food. Food we eat, water we drink, and whatever we eat, that's all kind of intake of food. And that comes from nature as well, not directly through indirect process. We have those materials which are used for purpose of crops, agencies of nature like water, like soil, and fertility value of soil. When we seed it, you got sun rays, and you got wind, moisture, everything. And according to season and contents of earth, soil, you get crops. You get trees, and you use them, you get fruits of these trees. Tree never eats its fruit itself. It gives you to eat. Just think of mercy of that plant, that tree, that doesn't eat its product itself, but it gives it to you. It doesn't charge you anything. Of course, further charges are applicable when that orchard farmer who grows it, picks it out, picks it and delivers it to you, and then charge some money, not for fruit but for delivery and for that service. Factually speaking, it's free. Factually speaking, because you are not paying for its production, you are just paying because it's reaching your market or like that. So we can learn from tree, from plants, what life is, what is life all about. And this is, if you have wheat grains in home or you cannot keep it forever. You can preserve it for a few months or maybe 1 or 2 years, but you cannot keep that forever. You have to consume it or it perish in rain or in bad weather. It will be dirty, you can't eat that time. So that's all about this, economy. So where it comes from, you have to think yourself how it comes from, where it comes. This food comes from agricultural activities, and which are actually temporary and permanent industries, because without this industry we cannot get this. But this is also diminishing, because those people who are from farming sections, they also want to sit in office and work from toilet or from bathroom, and can spend many hours a day in that situation. This is what I understand. This is perishable economy. This is perishable economy which you are getting on ground. This is, in addition to milking capacity of animals, which we get also, but that's also on ground. You are not to go to sea bottom for that. You have a cow or buffalo or whatever other. This is your first requirement of life that God has done on surface of earth itself. You don't have to go to sea for that. So God has not only given this permission, you are using God's earth, you are using God's water, you are using God's air, and you are using everything that is required to give you that fruit, and that tree works, this tree works, and it gives you all this benefit of fruits. Can you think like that? Can't we live on this? Is there deficiency of this? We don't have food, we can't live. This is one statement of economy, which is real economy, not in terms of money, but in terms of fruit. Then comes another economy, which is also based on macroeconomy and terrorism. Another economy which is far, far better, but it requires a lot of work to bring it out for our use, and that economy is very much stronger in sense of metals, in sense of elements, minerals or wealth like gold, silver, diamond, platinum, and chemicals like uranium for purpose of nuclear fission. Nothing is coming from air straight away down to get you industrialized. You have to use formula, and did it as we did in last hundreds of years. It was British, did not use law, just do whatever we wanted to do. But now that isn't here. It's not here. Still we are same, no difference. And British also are same, no difference. Our earth sphere, we call it lithosphere. Lithosphere is full of wealth, is full of raw wealth. no other wealth except that. You are residents of wealth, and your wealth is residence of this earth. I'm not talking economy in this, but I'm just trying to say means you are interested in wealth only, but God says you have to handle carnal. This point you try to understand. I'm not going to extend my talk on this because we keep on extending purpose of talks. It is not economic talk then. Economic talk I already made in my economic talks. Go and see economy videos, earth videos, economics videos. You will find answers to this question. If you want to see those videos, you can find answers. It's up to you. How much interest do you have in that? Because I will tell you later on what is wealth, how it wealth. Now it's already 1 hour for this preliminary discussion. I wanted to use few minutes only, but it happens every time when we start something, we multiply that. Now, regarding real issues of this talk, that's management issue, organizational issue, quality issue, contract issue, and other issues. I've been continuing on FIDIC, that is contract system, contract system. That still I talked about FIDIC Red Book and revision 2017. Though it wasn't start with different one. Now it's 2019. This system of FIDIC, which we have gone through last so many videos, I find that this system may be good. I'm not sure if it is to knowledge of those who are responsible. So we'll talk down. I'm talking of FIDIC back to again. If you go to see video URLs of this FIDIC, I have put in that Red Book, and also one more file is there, which is comparison of 2017 Red Book and previous book. Again, I am telling you, you have to understand contract in its strength. It is reality. Now, I'm just going to talk about differences in this FIDIC. 2017, we are talking of 2017, and let me see whether the file is where's the file? I have to put download that file. I didn't know what's that gone. Maybe I have to download again. Let me see. Let me open this. Maybe I'm missing somewhere. Yeah, it's here. I got it. Yes, it's here now. Now this file is I'm talking of. This is what's actually is difference in this file. It's a comparison. This is comparison between FIDIC 1999 and 2017 editions. This is Red Book. First edition. First it was 1999, and then it is in 2017, which means a gap of 18 years. A gap of 18 years. There's a revision. And what is that about? Now I'm reading from this file, and this file is available on your video URL. You can see that there's a Red Book, and then there's another file which is X. But what it says actually, it actually says that, my God, it's not opening. Let me open another file if I think I can. But this is online file. I can say wait a minute. Why this file is not moving up when I say what? it should move upwards. Let's start moving. So I should say comparison file I have to open. Wait a minute please. Let me open this file if you can. Let me open like this in my own file from my system, or no, it's not like this, so like that. System is thing otherwise. Let me open this file. D. I open my wait a minute. Is there select Euro course, and here this Euro course. This is here. I think that's the file is gone. I'm surprised it's gone actually. I put in this folder, it's gone. It's here, I think. Alright. Frederick should be here. Where is Frederick here? Yeah, Frederick construction compressor. So I got it. Comparison. I open it now and then talk to you. That is that file. It will be moving up and down. Let's see it's down. So I close this file and open this. And yeah, I think it's open. Yes, it's open. Okay. Now there's a comparison of this file. And this is sorry I wasted your time. Alright, I wasted. I want to go further. This is comparison of this file. Okay. So question now persons here. It's yeah. Yes. Philic 99 and 2017 editions, and now there are 4 columns in that file. If you download that file, you'll also know from there what is that. Now FIDIC 99, one is serial number, or you can say class number, or whatever you may call it, class number there, and here it is. One second column is FIDIC 99, and then it is third column is again class number, and fourth column is FIDIC 2017, and then it is comments about that. So what it says now, it says in FIDIC 1999 it says total 20 main clauses and 163 sub clauses. In FIDIC 2017 it says total 21 main clauses and say 169 sub clauses. Here it says 20, here it says 21, because they have added your arbitration clause in that, dispute resolution mechanism. Now general provisions, which is clause number 1, let us compare what was in that one 1991 and what is in this one. And people unfortunately are sending messages without any requirement, without any request, unnecessarily wasting time, disturbing this video. I don't know what to do with these people. They are just hell-bent to send messages. I am not responding to a message, yet they are sending. Okay, class number 1. 1 in, I'm talking of 1999, and then I talk of 2017. So when I say whereas general provisions for 99, and then I say provision of 2017. Now clause number 1 in itself is definitions, and also in FIDIC 2017 this is definition. So there is no change in that. In clause number 1-2, it is interpretation in 99 and also interpretation in 2017. So there is no change. And if you now move to 1.3, this is communications in 99, and it is notices and other communications, that is in 2017. So this title is changed. In place of communications, notices and other communications is placed, and the comment is that this is reword only. So change in title, reword in place of communication, notices and other communications. That's point here. 1.4 is law and language in 99. It is law and language in 2017. So there's no change. In 1.5 is the priority of document in 99 and also priority of documents in 17. 1.6 contract agreement in both, and 1.7 assignment in both, and also 1.8 care and supply of documents in both. 1.9, that is delayed drawings of or instructions, delayed drawings of instructions in this, and also delayed drawing or instructions in other one. 1.10 employers use of contractors documents in both, and then 1.11 contractors use of employers documents also in both. So in 1.11 there's contractors use of employers document in both, no change. 1.12 confidential details, but in other one 19 it is confidentiality. This is a change, details has gone. So this is in 1.12 confidential and confidentiality, confidential details and confidentiality, this is change. In 1.13 compliance with laws. In 1.14 it is 1.13 compliance with laws. Here it is 1.13 compliance with laws. 1.14 joint and several liability, and here is also joint and several liability. There is no further in 1.4, there is no 1.15, but here it is 1.15 in 2017, that's limitation of liability. And also there is no 1.16 in 99, but there is in 2017, and it is contract termination, which is also new. So limitation of liability, that's 1.15 in 2017, this is new, and also 1.16 contract termination in 2017 is new. You can compare it by opening your file. Now let's go to clause number 2. Clause number 2, that is employer and also employer in 17. Now there is clause number 2.1, right of access to site, which is also same in employer in 2017. I say 2.2, that is permits, licenses of approvals in 99. It's also in 2.2 is assistance. So there's a change in wording. Rewording is done. In place of 2.2 permits, licenses or approvals, it is assistance in 2017. We go to 2.3 employers personnel in 99. It's employers personnel and other contractors, means contractors is added in that. Other contractors means not subcontractors, other main contractors like you are there as contractor. There are many, maybe in that area where engineer is available, many other contracts are going on, so their employers as well is considered in this. Now Employers' financial arrangements, that's 2.4, clause 2.4 in 99, employers' financial arrangements. And this is 2.4 in 2017, employers' financial arrangements. So this is same. Now 2.5, which is employers' claims in 99, employers' claims, it has gone out and it has taken over by 2.5, the site data and items of reference. So 2.5, employers' claims is deleted, and 2.5, site data and items of reference added. This is new, site data and items of reference. And also there's no 2.6 in 99, but it is in 2017, and this is employers supplied materials and employers equipment. This new one, employers supplied material and employers equipment. So this is that. Again, messages have come. I have to remove this message. Sorry for all messengers, friends. I'm just typing this because I am busy and work, and I cannot keep like that for you to respond to your messages. Sorry for that, but it's real fact. Now go to clause 3, that is engineers, which is both in 99 and 2017. It's clause number 3.1, which is engineers, duties and authority. And clause 3.1 is now in this engineer. What is engineer? That is in 2017. 3.2, that is delegation by engineer in 99. Here is 3.2 is engineers, duties and authority. Engineers, duties and authority. In 3.3, in 99 is instructions of engineer. That is 3.3.99. It is 3.3 2017, engineers representative. Okay. So in 3.4 it is replacement of engineer. In 99, replacement of engineer. And 3.4 in 2017 it is delegation by engineer. Then in 99 it is it's 3.5, which is determinations, while in 3.5 in 2017 it is engineer's instruction. 3.6 is replacement of engineer. 3.7 is agreement or determination. 3.8 is meeting. So these four clauses, three clauses, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8 and 3.5, of course, these have been added. So total clauses now in 2017 are 3.1 engineer, 3.2 engineers duties and authority, 3.3 engineers representative, 3.4 designation by engineer, 3.5 engineers instructions, 3.6 replacement of engineer, 3.7 agreement or determination, and 3.8 meeting. So you can say here means comments have been added. For example, engineers representative is new one, engineers new one, and engineer's instruction is new one, and agreement or determination is new one, meeting new one. Now go to clause number 4, contractor. What it says, I'm talking of clause number 4, contractor. Contractor's general obligations, this is clause number 4.4a, and also the same in revision 2017, no difference. 4.2 is performance security, in both no difference, and 4.3 is contractor's representative, and also no difference. 4.4 is subcontractors in 99, and whereas in 2017 it's contractors' documents. means subcontractors has been deleted in 99 and contractors document inserted in this new one. Then come on to 4.5, assignments of benefits of subcontract. Assignments of benefit of subcontract. Now this is gone, and 4.5 here is training. Training. Then 4.6 is cooperation in 99, which still remains cooperation in 2017, and 4.7 is setting out, also setting out in 2017. Then 4.8 is safety procedure in 2000 in 99, and also it's in 4.8, which is health and safety obligations. It's not safety alone, health safety. In fact, it should be environment also, which is missing here. They have written health and safety obligations. So, well, rewording it is. And then 4.9 in 99, 2000, 1099, 999 is it's 4.9, and that's quality assurance. But this one 4.9 is 2017 is quality management. As we talk of quality management and not assurance, quality management and compliance verification system, and it's rewording. 4.10, that is site data in 99, then it is 4.10 is use of site data, not site data alone. Use of site data. This is reword. Actually, I got this file yesterday only, just to refer to you, because I was searching for this file. I didn't find it till yesterday, but no problem, I got it now. Use of site data, and it's for 11. This is sufficiency of accepted contract amount. Sufficiency of accepted contract amount, that's 4.11. And in 4.11 in 2017 is sufficiency of accepted contract amount. Sufficiency of accepted contract amount. So it's no major difference in that same. And you can say 4.12, unforeseeable physical conditions. In 4.12, which was now it is unforeseeable physical conditions and no change. So similarly 4.13, right of way and facilities. Similarly it is right of way and facilities in this, and avoidance of interference, no change. And similarly 4.15, access route, no change. 4.16, transport of goods, no change. 4.18, protection of environment, no change. So here they are taking 4.18, protection of environment actually. So health and safety are there. Actually they should have been combined. So protection of environment 4.18, and 4.19, electricity, water and gas. Electricity, water, this is 4.19, and this is now temporary utilities rather than writing electrical, water and gas. So temporary utilities is a reword, and then 4.21 is progress reports. So it is 4.21 in this, and there's 4.20 progress reports. So why the employers equipment and free issue material, I think that has gone out, and it's gone out. So 4.19 is temporary utilities, and 4.20 is progress, the new one. And here 4.20 employers equipment and free issue material has gone, and 4.21 is progress report. So it is 4.20 progress report because of that deletion of this 4.20, and therefore this is security of site. This is 4.22. It is contractors operations on site. Now 4.23 is contractors operations on site, and here is 4.23 archaeological and geological findings. So there is little change. It's the archaeological and geological findings, whereas there's nothing as such. So 423 is contractor's operation site. So it's also contractor's operation site, and then 424 is 423 is contractor's operation site, and then you can say 424 is fossils, and here archaeological and geological findings, whereas 420 contractor's operation site is 422. This contractor's operation site is security at site and progress report. So this is in class number 4. I now go to class number 5, which is nominated subcontractor. So this is here. No, let's say class 5 is 5.1, which was definition of nominated subcontractor, and also title nominated subcontractor, and 5.2 objections to nomination, and 5.3 payments to nominated subcontractor, and 5.4 evidence of payment. These all 4 have gone deleted from this clause 5, and replacement 5 is subcontracting rather than nominated subcontractors. The subcontracting, and 5.1 is subcontractors, and 5.2 is nominated subcontractors. These are new titles and revert. Subcontracting a new title, and subcontractors new, and nominated subcontractors revert. Okay. Now we go to Article 6, staff and labor. I'm just trying to tell you what changes are there, because we have talked about 2017, and if we compare to 2009, we can go back and understand that why changes were there. We will read that, so that finally we compare that, understand why it changes, what changes were there in 2009, and why the changes now in 2017. Probably we could understand reasons behind that in coming talks. So today I will talk about this arbitration issue, what is arbitration agreement, after this comparison, and then read through some conclusion about that. Now say staff and labor. This is 6 staff and labor, and there's also staff labor in a revised one. When I say revised, it's 2017, or when I say 2017, it's of 2017. 6.1, this is engagement of staff and labor, no change. 6.2, rate of wages and conditions of labor, no change. 6.3 is persons in service of employer. This is 6.3 here. This is changed to recruitment of persons of services in service of employer. So this is recruitment of persons. Then it is 6.4 labor laws, no change. 6.5 working hours, no change. And 6.7 health and safety of personnel, it is written, because then it is 6.8 contractor superintendents, no change. And 6.9 contractors personnel, no change. And record of, that is 6.10 record of contractors contractors personnel and equipment. So contractors, this is 6.10 contractors records, and that is 6.11 disorderly conduct, and this is also disorderly conduct. And then 6.12, which is additional one, and that is key personnel, which is new one. And so now clause 7, that's plant, materials and workmanship. FIDIC 19, sorry, plant materials and workmanship. This is class 7. 7.1 manner of execution, no change. 7.2 samples, no change. 7.3 inspection, no change. 7.4 testing, this is testing by contractor, this is a change, revert testing by contractor. And rejection, that is 7.5, this is defects and rejection, not rejection alone, that is 7.4. And this is you can say reverting, the testing by contractor revert, and then this was in place of rejection. Testing, sorry. Rejection, this is 7.5, and here is defects and rejection. And 7.6 is remedial work, that is in 2009, and I'm sorry, 1999. Everywhere I say 2009 is 1999. And this is remedial work in 7.6, and this is remedial work also, and also ownership of plants and materials. So you can say this is 7.5 of rejection, so this is defects and rejection. 7.6 remedial work, same. 7.7 ownership of plant and materials, no change. And 7.8 royalties is no change. So we go to class number 8. Class number 8. Title is commencement delays and suspension, no change. 8.1 is commencement of works, no change. 8.2 is time for completion, no change. 8.3 is program, no change. 8.4 is extension of time for completion. This is now advance warning. 8.4 extension of time for completion, and here 8.4 is advance warning, which is new one. Then there is 8.5, which is delays caused by authorities, and it is 8.5 extension of time for completion. So advance warning was added there. Then it is rate of progress here, and this is delay caused by authorities. Common to know to say commencement of work is 8.1, no change. Time for completion 8.2, no change. I think I gone through this. Wait, extension of time for completion 8.4. 8.3 is program. Wait a minute, 8.3 is program, no change. 8.4 extension of time to completion is advance warning, I told you. 8.5 is delay caused by authorities and extension of time for completion 8.5 they have. 8.6 rate of progress, and this is delayed caused by authorities. So in number 7 cost change by 1 here, there is one thing, there 1 point there was added. Therefore it's this one. Then say it says 8.6 rate of progress, and 8.6 is delay caused by authorities, and 8.7 is rate of progress here. 8.7 is delay damage here, and 8.8 is delay damage here, and 8.4 is this was 8.8 is suspension of work, and 8.9 is employer suspension. 8.9 that's okay. customer sometimes. No, no. Here is locked my body. It's not working. Okay. So 8.7 is delay damage here, his rate of progress. 8.8 is suspension of work. Here is 8.8 is delay damages, and 8.9 is consequences of suspension. That is 8.9 is employer suspension, and 8.9 is employer suspension. So then 8.10 is payment for plant materials in event of suspension. 8.10 is consequences of employer suspension. So rewording is there, and now there is payment of plant materials, event suspension, prolonged suspension. 8.11 prolonged suspension is 12. 8.12 is resumption of work. 8.12 is prolonged care. And after that is 8.10. Sorry, 8.10 is payment of plant materials and event of suspension. There is consequences of employer suspension. And 8.11 is prolonged suspension. It is payment of plant and materials after employer suspension. And then you can say, was the page gone? Yes, it's okay. And my page is here, I can say. And also here is consequences of suspension. Now 8.10 is payment for plant and materials in event of suspension, and this 8.10 is consequences of employer suspension, and here is 8.11 that's prolonged suspension. Here is 8.11 payment for plants and materials after employer suspension, and then is 8.11 is prolonged suspension, and this is 8.11 payment for plant and materials after employer suspension. And then 8.11 is proposed suspension, and then is 8.12 is proposed suspension, and that's not good. So it is prolonged suspension is 8.11, is 8.12, and resumption of work here is 8.12 and 8.13 resumption of work. We go to article number 9, tests on completion. Tests on completion, and appears category contracts obligations. 9.1 same, no change. 9.2 delays test, no change. 9.3 retesting, no change, and future to pass test on completion, failure to pass test on completion, no change. So article 9 stays there. Now we go to clause number 9, which I have gone through. It's over. Clause number 10, employers taking over. There are some change only in this. 10.1 is taking over of works and sections, no change. 10.2 is taking over parts of works, and that is taking over of parts, only word, nothing. And 103, interference with tests on completion, no change. And 104, contractor applies. Now we go to clause number, this is 11, defects liability. Now Good morning, Mr. Khanna. How are you, Mr. Khanna? Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here, Mr. Khanna. Unexpected arrival of Mr. Khanna, very big engineer in Gulf and leader of ISKCON, additional qualification. I remember him very well. Well, continue. That is, it's now defects liability in 99 and defects after taking over it's 2017. So little change in that. In some clauses there are about 11 clauses in that. Let's say 11.1, completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, no change. 11.2, cost of remedying defects, no change. 11.3, extension of defects notification period, and no change. Failure to remedy defects, no change. Removal of defective work, and it is in 2017. Remedying of defective work off-site is rewording. Then 11.6, future further tests, and here 11.6 and 17 is further tests after remedying defects, means defects remedial, or can say remedial actions are taken at time. And then 11.7 is right of access, here changes to right of access after taking over. That 11.8, contractor to search, and here is contractor to search, no change. Then 11.9 is performance certificate, there's no change. And 11.1 is unlimited obligations, no change. And this is 11.11, clearance of practice. This was in 11. We move to 12. This is measurement and evaluation. Measurement and evaluation, which has been changed to measurement and evaluation, only wording is changed. Then 12.1, works to be measured, no change. 12.2, method is measurement, method of measurement, no change. 12.3, evaluation of works is changed now. Evaluation has been replaced by valuation of work. Titular change, you can say it's titular change. And then it is 12.4, omissions, and it is omissions, no change. Now you go to 13, variation and adjustments. There are 8 clauses in that, and I think all are, no, wait a minute, not all are there. Some changes there. Now it says 13.1, right to vary, no change. 13.2, value engineering, no change. 13.3, variation procedure, no change. 13.4, payment in applicable currencies, and it's now provisional sums. What does it mean? Payments in applicable currency, and this change to provisional sums. And 13.5, provisional sums has gone to day work. And number 6, 13.6, day work has gone to adjustment for change in law. And then adjustment or changes in legislation in 1999 has gone to adjustment for change in law cost. So the one clause has gone out, and is payment of payment application currencies. So now new clauses in 13 are 13.1, right to vary. 13.2, value engineering. 13.2, variation procedure. 13.4, provisional sums. 13.5, day work. 13.6, adjustments for change in law. 13.7, adjustment for change in cost. So adjustment of change in law is new wording. It was before adjustment for changes in legislation. So there's not much difference, only titular difference. Law and legislation are not major differences. It is same. Then it's 14, clause 14, contractor price and payment. and there are about 15 clauses in old one 99, and there's now 15 in new one also, with certain changes which I'm going to discuss. 14.1 contract price no change, 14.2 advance payment no change, 14.3 application for interim payment certificate. So this is now application for interim payment certificates, rewording it is. So what's the difference in this? Application for interim payment certificates. I think it was actually payment for interim payment. It was. I don't know why there is no absolutely no change in the application for interim payment certificates. Well, rewording it is. And then 14.4 is schedule of payments, and 14.4 is schedule of payment, no change. 14.5 is plant and materials intended for works, and this is issue of plants and materials intended for works. It's 14.5, and it is plants and materials intended for works, so no change. 14.6 is issue of interim payment certificates. It is in 14.6 now, interim payment certificates, and it is issue now 14.6 in new one, issue of IPC, so it is abbreviated actually. 14.6 is issue of IPC rather than interim payment certificates, so this is rewording only, no change. So it's now 14.7, which is payment remains payment, 48 which is delayed payment remains delayed payment, and 49 is payment of retention money remains the same, and 14.10 statement at completion no change, and 14.11 application for final payment certificate, and it is gone to final payment only, no major change, only rewording. And 14.12 is discharge, so no change. 14.13 is issue for final payment certificate, and it is issue for FPC in textual change, you can say. Then is 14.14 cessation of employer's liability, and this is cessation of employer's liability. And also 14.15 Now we'll go to clause of 15, that is termination by employer. Termination by employer. There are a few changes in that. Clause in previous one 99, there were 5 clauses in that, sub-clauses. There is a notice to correct, termination by employer, valuation at date of termination, payment after termination, employer's entitlement to termination. And in this there are reword of 4 and addition of 2. In new one, that's 2017, termination by employer. One is 15.1, notice for correct, means if something has been done defective, you have to correct that. So notice to correct, which is same as it was before. 15.2 is termination for contractor's default, which is reword. And then 15.3 is valuation after termination for contractor's default, is also reword. And 15.4 payment after termination for contractor's default. And this is 15.4 payment and termination of contractor's labor, and 54 payment after termination of contractor's default. Okay, now so where are changes here? Many changes in that. Let's go further. Valuation after termination for employer's convenience, and payment after termination for employer's convenience. It's now clause 16, suspension and termination by contractor, and there were 4 clauses earlier and now also 4, but let us see what changes are there. Clause number 1, subclause number 1, section 1, contractor's entitlement to suspended work in 99, and it's now suspension by contractor is rewording. And 16.2 is termination by contractor, and it's same, no change. and 16.3 is cessation of work and removal of contractors equipment. It was in 99, and now contractors obligation after termination. It's rewarding, and then payment to termination. That is now we'll go through this one. If you see clauses in suspension, there are 4 clauses. 16.1 is suspension by contractor, 16.2 termination by contractor, 16.3 contracts obligations after termination. Here it was changed. Before it was cessation of work and removal of contractors equipment. Here it is contracts obligations, and after termination contractors obligation after termination is rewarding. And 16.4, which is payment on termination in 99, it's now payment after termination by contractors, is also rewarding. And go to then clause 17, that is 99, risk and responsibilities. It has changed to care of works and indemnities. Care of works and indemnities, that has changed from risk and responsibility. So you can say here were 6 subclasses in 99, and which are indemnities, contractors' care of works and employers' risks, consequences of employers' and intellectual and industrial property rights, limitation of liability, while new one 2017 is 17.1 responsibility for care of work, 72 liability for care of work, and 73 intellectual and industrial property rights, and 17.4 is indemnities by contractors, and 75 is indemnity by employer, and then in shared indemnities, and before that is also indemnity by contractor and indemnity by secretary. After that we go to share indemnities. That is 18, clause 18, exceptional events, exceptional events, which is new clause, though it is written new here. In fact, this is additional clause because previous one was 18. That was not 18 actually. It was not 18. To be very frank, it was 19. That was force majeure. Force majeure means which has been taken out, which has been cancelled, deleted, and this one exceptional events has been added in place of force majeure. So there's no question. In 99 we say, in 2017 this 18.1 to 18.6 are exceptional events. New one, notice of an exceptional event. New one, duties to minimize delays. New one, consequences of an exceptional event. New one, and optional termination. New one, and release from interpreted of. So this is the consequences of an exceptional event and optional termination and release from performance under law. So now come to 18, that was before. Insurance in 99 was general requirements for insurances, and insurance for works and contractors equipment, as well as insurance against injury to person and damage to property, and insurance for contractors personal. In this, all three have gone except first one, and general requirements for insurance. So in a new one, it is now 18.1, and that is actually should 18. I don't know why. It is general requirements and insurance to be provided by contractor. Then we go to force majeure already over. Go to number 20, which is employers and contractors. Employers and contractors, employers and contractors claims, and that is it's claims, and It's been 21 and 22 in 2017 only, not in period. So this is different nomination person. So this is claims and claims for payment and or extension of time. That's called EOT. Now we have additional 20 now. This can claims, disputes, and arbitration. And actually, there's a number wrong here. It should be 21. I think there's some wrong there. Well, no problem. It's number 21, which is claims, disputes, and arbitration. In old one, in 1901 was clause was like this: contractors' claims, appointment of dispute, adjudication board, and failure to argue independent. Let's say this then. Let's list out so 21. Because this is all gone, it's a replacement of that. I'm just narrating you what saw before. That's contractors' claims, appointment of disputes adjudication board, and failure to agree, dispute adjudication board, obtaining dispute adjudication board's decision, amicable settlement, arbitration, failure to comply with dispute adjudication board's directions, and you know expiry of dispute adjudication board's appointment. These all have been replaced as such. I'm going to read in 2017, and this is now constitution of DAAB. AAB, there's a difference now. It's not DAB, which avoid. I'm saying close avoidance also. Avoidance means just not adjust avoidance. Dispute avoidance is the difference. This is 2001. 2002, 3, 4, 5. So you have seen that there will be changes. If you say DAAB means avoidance and adjudication board rather than adjudication board. So constitution of DAAB, failure of to appoint DAAB members, avoidance of disputes, obtaining DAB's decision, amicable settlement, arbitration, and failure to comply with DAB's decision, and to enable. This is what is given in this comparative assessment, and there's an appendix. This appendix which is also now we go to means we'll go back to these points that I've told. I was just going through the search and I found many changes in that. Actually, before I was going through 2017, directly reading without comparing changes, I was a little surprised me where some which I remember, which I worked about it those times, studied, which I was not finding in 2017 where this was. By chance, I got information on, and something is wrong somewhere. Here, it's very important that you cannot change these clauses. If you change these clauses, sequence of clauses shall go away. And moreover, there's a change like force major clause. I don't know reason behind that. Maybe it is language of English or something. But exceptional events mean the same impact of those the same as of force major. The force major one is out of dictionary probably, or maybe we are not happy with this decision. They change themselves. And they change themselves. Now, I was yesterday, we're talking of this point. Let me close this file first. This file is available on URL. You can go to my video text where this URL of this file is available, and you can read that without any problem. Download that one, and now that one can be downloaded very easily. It's there. Now I'm going to last talk of, which was about DAB, which I'm talking now, disputes avoidance and adjudication board, very intermediate body on site, need not go somewhere else. On site it's available, and it's not mandatory, however it should be. It's not mandatory, but it should be. However, it's not bad if you include the condition of contract. Means you can, means there's no bar to that. It's actually body of professionals, kind of that body of professionals. And I'm trying to find on this file where was that maybe employers and contracts claims. So after that we should go. I can't stay here to go to that. It's not fair. It's fine. Now this is appendix. That's the general conditions of disputes avoidance and agreement, which we studied yesterday. Titles I can tell you again, no problem for that. Titles is not an issue. It's general conditions of dispute avoidance / adjudication agreement. So this is the point here. In this are, in this case are general conditions of, these are definitions actually. General conditions of disputes avoidance agreement, and it is dispute avoidance adjudication agreement, that's DA agreement, and DABS activities, DABS rules, informal assistance, terms of DAB and notification. And also this is general provisions of DAA, executive date and executive date, and you can go from. Alright, now where's that? Let me check it. Just a minute, please. Yes, warranty is gone. Independence, impartiality. Okay, general relations. Well, procedures are there. How to appoint this, how to deal with that one. There's no, I talked yesterday completely about that. Now I'm interested in this procedural rules, and this is procedural rules. This annex tab procedural rules, which is the procedural rules. Let us see that before going further. Resignations and terminations. This is over. So challenge. So let's go to procedural rules. This is page number 138 of 235, and annex, this is DABS procedural rules, which are very important to be understood first before applying them. And let us see how many are there. Rule 1, Rule 2, Rule 3, Rule 3, Rule 3, Rule 4, Rule 5, Rule 6, Rule 7, Rule 8, and it is rotate this one as, and then it is now Rule 11, and it's index of sub clauses. And after that, let us see what is there. There's guidance for preparation of particular conditions and annexes, forms on securities. So we go back to these rules here, and we'll then see other conditions. And after this, I'm also preparing for EPC contract as well as other yellow book, or you may say silver book, like that what information I try to have, we can move to that, get in, and that's the important point. So rule, annex rule, and then we have to see dispute under the agreement. And this is a challenge, resignation. Here I'm finding is actually definitions, and this appendix general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement. Yes, this is we have to start with here. We had gone through 21.8 yesterday, and then we have gone through that, say appendix as general conditions of disputes avoidance adjudication agreement, and that is now. So appendix is general conditions of disputes avoidance adjudication agreement. This is on page 128 to 25. Now in this definitions we start with. Definitions are here. We start with that. See, this is number 1. General conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement of GCs means this document entitled General Conditions of Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Agreement as published by FIDIC. In this 1-2, in DAA, when I say DAA, this is Dispute Avoidance Adjudication. So we inform actually this board, DAB, we call it DAB, previously it was DAB, there's a difference. In 19 it was DAB, Dispute Adjudication Board. Now as in taken over as DAAB, so DAAB is D and AAB, Dispute Avoidance and Adjudication Board. That's difference in that. So in DD agreement as defined below, and in GC words and expressions which are not otherwise defined or defined shall have meanings assigned to them. Okay, now 1-2, we have gone one already. 1-2 is in DA agreement as defined below, and in GC words and expressions which are not otherwise defined shall have meanings assigned to them in contract as defined in DAA agreement. 1-3, dispute avoidance adjudication agreement or DAA agreement means a tripartite agreement between employer, contractor, DAB member, who is defined in DA agreement as being either sole member of DAB or one of 3 members of chairman of DAB. Then 1-3, DAB's activities. DAB's activities means Activities carried out by DAB in accordance with contract and GC general conditions. This is include all informal assistance, meaning informal assistance meetings, including meetings and discussions between DAB members of same of case in. Against that, DAB means activities carried out by DABs in accordance with contract and GCs, including all informal assistance meetings, including meetings and or GCs serious discussions. So its DAB's activities means informal assistance meetings, including meetings and or discussions between DAB members, and case of three members as a Then 1.4 DAB rules. DAB rules means document entitled DAB procedural rules, published by FEDIC, which are annexed to and form part of GCP. This 1.6, this is informal assistance. Informal assistance. We'll take some water. Informal assistance means informal assistance given by DAB to parties when required jointly by both parties under subclass 21.3, avoidance of disputes of conditions of contract. So you can seek approval suggestions or support from DAB if so required. And then okay. Informal assistance. Informal, not formal. Means informal assistance given by DAB to parties, means employer and contractor, when requested jointly by parties under subclass 21.3, avoidance of disputes of conditions of contract, and 1.6 is terms of DAB, which means period starting on effective date as defined by in subclass 2.1 below, and finishing on date that terms of DAB expires in accordance with subclass 2.1 constitution of DAB of conditions of contract. Now 1.7 notification. In notification, that means the notice in writing given under GCs, which shall be A1. Paper original signed by DAB's members or authorized representative of contractor or employer as case may be, or B2 so a paper, again I say paper original signed by DAB members of authorized representative or authorized representative of contractor or employer as case may be. And then 2, electronic original generated from system of electronic transmission agreed between parties and DAB, which electronic original is transmitted by electronic address uniquely assigned to DAB member or each other each such authorized representative as case may be. Then B. Delivery delivered by hand against receipt or sent by mail or courier against counsels. Okay, now number is this is delivered by hand against receipt or sent by mail or courier against receipt or transmitted using system of electronic transmission under subparagraph A to above, and C. Delivered, sent or transmitted to address for recipients communications as stated in DAA agreement. However, if recipient gives a notification of another address, all notifications shall be delivered accordingly after sender receives such notification. Now, 2, clause 2, general provisions. DAA agreement shall take effect. Now, it's 2-1. 2-1. This is says in case of a sole member, when there is only one person of DAB, on date when employer, contractor and DAB member have each signed or under contract, we are deemed to have signed DA agreement. Or B, in case of 3-member DAB tribunal, on that in case of 3-member DAB, on date when employer, contractor or DAB member and other members have each signed or under contract, are deemed to have signed a DAA agreement. After that, B, in case of 3-member DAB and other members and other in case of 3-member DAB, on date when employer, contractor, DAB member and other members have each signed or under contract, are deemed to have signed a DAA agreement. Effective date in GC, what's that? That is clause 2.2. Of course, these are very boring, remember. You won't find interest in them. These are very boring. This is actually, you can say, for me, these are sleeping tablets, I can say. You can read and sleep, no harm, and you can enjoy your vision, immediate vision, intermittently. In this, others may see you're sleeping, but actually you are doing some work mentally in that. So, effective date in GCC, and this is 2.2. Immediately after effective date, either or both parties shall give a notification to the member that DAA agreement has come into effect if DAB member does not receive such a notice within 182 days after entering into DAA agreement, it shall be void and effective. Let us read it again. What is main say? After, even this is immediately after effective date, either or both parties shall give a notification to DAB member that DAA agreement has come into effect. If DAB member does not receive such a notice within 180 days, it's not a small period, it is more than half a year. 180 days uh, after creating, after entering the resources. Alright, then we come forward. Then this part points this to 2 immediately after effective date. The both parties shall give notice to DAB member the agreement has come to effect of. If DAB member doesn't receive such notice in 182 days after entering into C agreement, the agreement shall be void and effective in 2-3. Employment of DAB member is a personal appointment. It's not a personal appointment. Employment of DAB member is a personal appointment. No assignment of or subcontracting or delegation of DAB member site right or obligation under DA agreement is permitted, because it's professional work is doing, and professional work means personal work. Means you cannot project yourself, you are using someone else in your place. This is a kind of authority, means public authority for that project, means you have to do justice for everybody. Therefore you cannot say I'm just subletting this, and that's what it says, it's personal work. And you see professionals are always personal, they're not, it's whatever they do for client person. So employment of DAB member is a personal appointment. No assignment of or subcontracting or delegation of DAB member rights and obligations under this agreement is permitted. So this is actually professional work. Therefore must be given preference to all the works, because this can lead your future. This can lead everyone else. We go then to warranties. This articles clause 3 warranties, and that's 3.1, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.1. There are 3 clauses in that. So clauses in that in warranties. Let's say what is that? Warranties. Open down. Actually, 3.1. 3.1. DAB member warrants and agrees that it is or she is and will remain at all time during term of DAB impartial and independent of employer, contractor, employer's personal and contractor's personal, including in accordance with sub clause 4.1 below. We'll see what is 4.1 below. It's still 3.1. And if you can see below 4.1 there is no harm, and that is long clause. Yes, it's long clause. So wait a minute, we'll reach there on top of that. And keep in mind talking about. So let me repeat this, because this is such clause which is corruption free clause, and that's DAB member is not only corruption free, it's a question of integrity as a professional integrity. Corruption is something else. It can be done behind scenes, but integrity means when you are in public, you are talking to contractors, you are talking to employer, and you are talking as an independent person, as a professional, which is not oriented directly to, or cannot sway to someone else, concerned parties. And these parties must not have feeling that, oh, that's too much, one has to be like that. That's what's fine now. Let's again say that it's an important clause. Means your integrity is in question, so you have you must have no desire of anything. You should be clear heart, clear conscious, clear independent, and deal with that. I can say DAB member 1 agrees that itself will remain at all times during terms of DAB impartial, independent of employer, contractor, employers, personal context, personal, including accordance with subclass 4.1 below in 3.2, it goes to class 3.2. After signing DAB's agreement and this DAB agreement, after she's deemed to have signed the agreement under contract, DAB member becomes aware, aware of any fact or and that's this number. That's the other one. That's after signing the agreement, after signing agreement, after she's deemed to have signed agreement under contract, the member becomes aware of any fact and circumstances which might a call into action his independence or impartiality and or be is appear to be best to have online now. Say that becomes aware of the facts, circumstances which might call into question his independence and impartiality or be appropriate or appear to be inconsistent with warranty and agreement under such and subcon clause 3 above. That member warrants and agrees that it shall immediately decision immediately disclose this in writing to parties about their issues. Alright, now go more further, we'll talk about this is very complicated one, and again one time we can't go through this. My experience, I'm not talking about, those you guys with 30 years cannot pick up all these points because their mind's not oriented to contracting, this is language of contract, which of course is not very strict language. This language given is fair, it's not very difficult to understand. Well, community is easy for every common man to understand English, even there's no question of transmission grammar in there, but even words used are very easy to see. 2000, say 1999, all use superiors and find your difficult language in those in school, but everybody can understand that. Means it's not necessarily you have a strong language, you have to dictionary all time to understand that. It's easy in that case. So I read again, so I close this 3 to come to 3 and that's why it's one by one. We have one way to understand, then for first reading and second reading is a better understanding. And if you want, you can go to third reading, fourth, it's up to you. The 3-2 again, I signing the agreement or after she just deems to have signed the agreement and the contract, and DA members becomes aware of the fact or circumstance which might be a call to questions their integrity or independence and partiality, or we appear to be inconsistent with a warranty and agreement under subclass 3, and DAB member warrants and agrees that she shall immediately disclose this in writing to parties and other members of the team. Now 3.3. When appointing DAB member, each party relies on DAB member's representations or that he is or she is. Alright, then 3.3 is when appointing DAB member, each party relies on DAB members' representations that he is a experienced and knowledgeable in type of work which he Contracts carry out under contract. This means this is civil contract or mechanical contract, could be IT contract, could be, depends on what qualification is expected to have in that scenario, and particularly when this major part of civil construction on which you can say equipment are mounted, equipment are ready-made available, and there's a question of quality on that is self-quality certified. But in that case, either maybe civil electrical guy or mechanical, probably preferably mechanical, because disputes arise because of machines and equipment. So mechanical or civil both are suitable for the well experienced and understand. It's not young mind. Just put minimum requirement of such people should be 15 to 25 years. I understand minimum one, that is because the mature one, they understand plus and minus every act, right, and they have to analyze each and every submissions given by one or other, and analyze something, understand what contract says, also what this says, the statement says, and that's more simple, because if you have to respond to them or to make decisions of that, means to understand each point thoroughly yourself, not necessarily go through services of advocate. When you're wrong, you advocate yourself and you get judgment yourself, and that's all experience and knowledge in type of work which contractor is to carry out, understand contract, and be experienced in interpretation of construction and of engineering contract documents. So if again is reflected that such acts means experience in interpretation of construction and of engineering contract documents, that's experts part, construction, interpretation of construction. You can say what specifications read out, and what drawings read out, and what procedures read out, manifestations read out, what codes, and very important part of that. So this small sentence covers whole contract, written documents, experience in interpretation of construction and or engineering contract documentation, which is a very big one. Again, inside contract documents, what in precedence you can say contract itself, and acceptance of contract itself, then tender acceptance itself, and then specifications, and then particular condition and general conditions, and all of whatever is there. And then C, fluent in language for communications stated in contract data. All language is agreed between parties, so that's natural, means whatever language is generally English is used. Generally, I'm not saying everything is generally. So if it's English contract, which is convenient, though there is something else also, but let us say English or French or what language they are accepted people, used by people. French people use French, and it doesn't matter as far as it's contract, and you can translate that easily. And so fluent in language of communication stated in contract data for languages agreed between the parties, and that's why I always stress the engineers, young or old, whoever, that at this point I need explanation, because communication is a very important part in engineering, though we don't care for that, particularly when sites, projects, or dealing with something. 95% people constituting management part of engineers lack in communication powers. Lack means that I can't say that they don't know this, they know it. They understand interpretation of documents, or documents say what should be answered. Verbally they answer everything. Verbally no problem, because you can speak many times, I apologize, I'm sorry, or sorry, and this and that. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't value, because it's only verbatim. A question comes in, problem comes in when you draw documents. You have to respond in writing, or you have to design some clauses, or you can say you have to design whole contract itself, or you have to write some document which directs everybody. You have to do that, you have to follow the procedure. That writing itself is an art of understanding. Means I'm not saying you go on writing very complicated sentences. If you have to write point to point, that takes time, that extracts your maturity of experience, and that tells what you are. So communication by writing is itself very difficult activity. Difficult in a sense you need some time for that. 2 or 3 edits and reviews are a must, and then it can be shot down. That can make a difference. What I understand for someone, you may say, no, it's not that, it's different for me. So varying understanding is also not required. If you have something like that, you have to clearly mention this is meaning of that. For example, when you go to some acts, their acts or some bylaws or regulations, you'll find generally first clause always definition clause, and which defines many terms. They are A to Z in alphabetical order. Every act defines that. All over world we check that. All statutes define that. Or if it doesn't define, there is another law in particular our country is called General Clauses Act, which interprets if this word is used, the meaning is that. Until you have that, then you can't use terms in different way because it can rebound, it can backfire your writing. So your writing should travel conveniently in the sea of communication. You have to be very smart in that. There's a difference in a speech of verbatim and scripts of writing. Scripts of writing is an expertise everybody cannot have until you are used to writing. You have to read for that. I haven't seen judgments from even Supreme Courts or others. And sometimes I'm surprised means, of course, they are honorable judges, but writing should be clear. If you yourself confuse in your judgment paragraphs, means what sort of judgments you are delivering. And they have one more habit I've seen means until they have quotes from different courts or overseas, they don't digest their food. Means they rely on other judgments rather than analyzing their own submissions, their own dictates of what they want to tell in judgment. They are not clear about it, but they have to write. The hunger is to write foreign references of judgment. This I have noticed in many Supreme Court judges, orders of their judgments, and same means it should be clear judgment, point to point judgment, and write an explanatory and speaking one. It should not leave any doubt left. That should be professional judgment. But no, they may like to write law at length, which carries no meaning except in this happened in that case, and happened in that case, in England, in America, in it's hunger of writing. Because if you don't refer to that, your judgments seems to be localized and they weren't localized. I'm just giving reference only. I'm not saying that you have to write judgment. You have to write technicalities of your contract, and which is much more difficult than common judgments, common law. That points they have to be very clear. I'm not a lawyer and don't want to be, but based on my experience in personal cases as well as in arbitration or some other contract management or correspondences, or you can say communications with contractors and communication with clients, means you have to refine your writing skill, which people lack actually. And I don't understand what's the reason behind that. They are busy in designs, they are busy in course. I think that's fine, that's a part of the job, but this is also part of job. And when your writing skill is weak, what happens? Contract doesn't say anything. If you work from client end always, if you as an engineer or part of engineering, if you're a part of contract, then it's your duty to learn it. Otherwise, you will be beaten by someone. You will be beaten by contract conditions itself, because contracts are all confusing. Your contract document should be in chain reaction, should be speaking to each other mutually in serial. If this document says something, another should say the same thing, third should be there. If there's a diversion or deflection or out and out, then certainly you will be caught in, and that benefit goes to other party. And generally, contract engineers are responsible in contract, whose name is given as a project engineer, who is responsible for project, particularly on design, and also like engineer, resident engineer, or engineer itself. which is very important from that point, and people are trapped with that. You are doing very good work, but there's so many non-engineering problems, like extension of type, like delay of position of site, or some of the reasons you can't get hold of full site at one time, which according to contract you must get. There's no stepping in contract. So you must get hold. You want to use that site, it's up to you. They can't stop you once it's handed over to you according to your using that. But if you're not getting full site, means you get debarred for that. So such issues and contract condition itself. We are talking of arbitration now or DAV now. That's later on. But contract itself should be understood by manager at least, if not by everybody. If project engineer is there, if construction manager is there, they are also managers. They must understand. I'm not talking site engineer must understand that. A foreman should understand. No, not at all. Those people who are responsible to account, who sit in meetings and go there, particularly progress meeting and contract meetings, those people must understand what they are not. If a question is raised and you are not aware of that, then the person you are not able. So your meeting is also important. You can't waste time of other guys. They may be 20% sitting, 50% sitting in meeting. You cannot say, I don't know. I have given time. I'll come back tomorrow. And no, I can't answer. It's not your right to answer as such. You should be ready with that. Otherwise, what sort of professional you are? It's not professional then. Profession means expertise, advanced status of knowledge. And if you don't have that, you're an ordinary person. You're not an executive. You're not a manager. Yeah, designation is manager. Company likes you, that's different. But you search yourself where you stand. Are you really you are eligible for that or no? You have to investigate yourself. Ask yourself, where do you stand? Company appointment is one point. Company considers many factors. But as a professional, you have to consider your factor. Okay, you're not in job, you're not doing job, say, you're in freelancing work, you're doing your own work, you got a job yourself, and there you're accountable on an individual basis. Company admins may terminate your services, but you are there, you are accountable. Nobody can terminate you. They will put penalty on you, they will put damages on you. That's a problematic issue. That's what I'm saying. Communication, not simply communication, hold on communication, track record of communication, sequencing communication, and no letter should go unanswered. Remember, you have to close every communication individually or in sequence. Communication is area of knowledge. If you go to management, you will find various areas of knowledge there. Prime areas, cost time and quality triangle, cost time and quality, which is supported by resources like human resources, equipment resources, other resources, safety resources, and quality resources, and planning resources, and workforce resources, and many other resources depending on what type of project it is. And particularly in buildings projects or EPC, oil projects, some of the projects where many complications come in, it's very difficult because you have to write many classes of communications, varying from contractual communications to lowest profile communications. So it's like, experience-based learning. It's not school learning or university learning. It's learning based on your experience. If you want to learn, you have to sit together alone yourself and analyze all documents and then references to. You cannot simply take one document, you can answer, not at all. So when you write something in communication, and particularly that is based on contractual writing, you have to respond contractually, which you can trap you or you can trap others. That involves all documents, all references. I have seen many writings where even 10 what or references you have to involve with. To involve in writing your design, you have to involve writing the general conditions, project conditions, particular conditions, or other documents, whatever they are. So I'm just suggesting that don't take communication for granted. If you communicate well, you can protect yourself, your client, your company you're working in, and you can move further based on that area of knowledge, which is very important one. If communication is well with you, means you can move, you are 60-70% ready for handle project. And if you don't do communication, the project shall go out of your control, and You want the technical part is okay. You know it. You are expert of that. Your knowledge, your theoretical knowledge, academical knowledge, experience, everything is with you. Specification. There's no grammar translation. There's no complication. They are clearly easy data sheets and all that whatever it is. You understand very well. That is the specification. As far as other documents, drawings, okay, no problem. You can really go revise them when trying. No impact on that. Till specifications are changed or design revised means that's different issue. Otherwise, it moves on like that. So, but that's root. That is foundation of project. The specification, drawings, and you can't. You have no authority to change any contract. No one has got authority once contract is executed. Even engineer who is responsible for it has no authority at all. Financial part cannot be changed. Even documents cannot be changed until both parties agrees in principle, and we can change it or we innovate this. Yes, innovation can be done, no problem. And innovation is a very important factor. Means one is amendment, one is modification, one is innovation. What is amendment is not a clerical error or this error, sequence error or that error. Means just like or some kind of another type of error. And you can say modification means we have different kind of modalities in this contract. But when it affects the structure of contract, when something else comes in and means some contractual impact comes on that. Means you have to completely change your contract or even replace that due to whatever reason. For example, it's called long lead items are there in your contract which impacts on your contract very adversely and which is beyond your control because it was not done by you. It was taken care of by pre-contract, pre-tenure stage, keeping in view length of long lead items which even sometimes exceeded your contract time. So that agreement done by employer at that time when there was no contractor, that agreement between employer and manufacturer of that item shall have to be transferred to contractor's jurisdiction, and that is only done by novation of contract. That contract is between sometime originally executed by manufacturer and employer would automatically per conditions stand transferred to contractor, new contractor, and that's accountability and whatever. Everything it will treat it as it was done by contractor at that time, though it was not. So such issues do appear in. We have to be clear of that. There's no one issue, many issues are there. Contract itself is extensive and it involves everywhere. That's why I'm saying that we should have that knowledge. And that's why I took extensive discussion on that, though I was constrained, I thought to just speak, because communication has come as a point, and that communication is very go back to my talk of that. I'll just say so. Verse 3 it was means when appointing DAB member, each party relies on DAB members' representations that he is or she is experienced and knowledgeable in type of work which contractors is to carry out under contract, and B, experience in interpretation of construction and or engineering contract documentation, and C, fluent in language for communication stated in contract data or language is agreed between parties in DAB. And then next one is clause 4, independence and impartiality. Clause 4.1. Further, subclause 3.1, 3.2 above, DAB member shall, it is a long clause here, no column, long or short, we have to understand that. A, have no financial interest in contract or in project of which works are part except for payment under DAB agreement. B, have no interest whatsoever, financial otherwise, in employer, contractor, employer's personal or contractor's personal. C, in 10 years before signing that agreement, the agreement in 10 years before signing the agreement, not have been employed as a consultant or otherwise by employer, contractor, employer's personal or contractor's personal. So 10 years limitation of past applies here. Eligibility limitation. It's a big one anyway. It's well, it keeps corruption off at least, because you have to give undertaking that you have no relations either with employer or contract or with personal of either. So T, not previously have acted and shall not act in whatever judicial or arbitral capacity in relation to contract. All right, that's general. E, have disclosed in writing. Have disclosed, well, this also we have to understand clearly, as I said in previously, not previously have acted. Okay, that has gone past. I mean, 10 years have come already, is repeating one the problem. And shall not act in future, shall not act in whatever, any judicial or arbitral capacity in relation to, so that you cannot engage that one with this one. So it's like advanced corruption to be avoided here. So E, have disclosed in writing to employer, contractor and other members, if any, before signing the agreement, DA agreement, or before she came to have signed the agreement under contract and to his her best knowledge and recollection. Any, now one is existing and or past professional or personal relationship. Existing and oblique or past professional or personal relationships with any director, officer or employee of employer, contractor, employer's personal or contractor's personal, including as a dispute resolution by practitioner on another project. 2. Facts or circumstances which might call into question his or her independence or impartiality. And so this is the facts and circumstances related which might call into question independence or impartiality, means integrity. And 3, previous involvement in project of which contract forms part. And F, now, not while a DAB between and term of DAB, it says not while a DAB member and for term of DAB 1 be employed as a consultant or otherwise by and or to enter into discussions or make any agreement regarding future employment with. Now, employer, contractor and employer's personal or contractor's personal, except as may be agreed by employer, contractor and other members, if any, and or. Now G, not solicit, accept or receive directly or indirectly any gift, gratuity, commission or other thing of value from employer, contractor and employer's personal or contractor's personal, except for payment under DAA agreement. So this is number 4. This is self-explanatory now. I need not explain much on that because this depends on honesty. You see, it's honesty and integrity of a person. So simple, means you have to be clear of that. No bias towards anybody. It's simple, means If this happens, nothing goes wrong. But I'm not seeing this. Even in arbitration, they look faces of each other, and that's wrong. I had many disputes with my colleagues sometimes here, though I'm not with them now, but I have many disputes with them in this action. Is what nonsense you're talking means all time. You cannot say that. He's talking Brad, he's talking Davon. Oh, he was my this time. It's completely starting nonsense on projects and on this system. Whole corruption access in here. Maybe senior advocates they are, or retired judges of high courts and supreme court they are. Means they have got certain relations, and these people appoint them. Unfortunately, those they are not related to projects, they are not related to engineering, they are not related to something, but because they are honorable, and that's why they are nonsense, complete nonsense. Engineering is thrown into dustbin there. So five is the general obligations of DAB members. That's why I am upset with the engineering community. Believe me, no interest at all in this discipline, in this profession. This is more than engineering actually, to say disputes resolution. How can a judge resolve your dispute? Think on being an engineer. How can a judge resolve your dispute? How can a senior advocate resolve your dispute when that person knows nothing about your position? It's not diverse case, it's not income tax case, it's not murder case, it's not something like that. It's whole contract comprising of thousands of documents, and that specialist documents, not ordinary law documents, specific law documents. Engineering is specific discipline. This is not an ordinary discipline. Here technologies are involved, workers are involved, machines are involved, methods are involved. How can other person know nothing about that? You expect that one to decide for you? This is ridiculous. But engineers are sleepers. They can't understand this. That's why I agree with them. All level of engineers in our country. I can't say about British, they know it. I can't say Americans, they know it. That's only our great country engineers. They don't talk of this. Only those who in government chief level, some they talk, they don't know technical otherwise. So general obligations of DAB members, number 5, and this is 5.1, DAB members shall. Now the obligations part of this means responsibility as A. Comply with GCs. GC stands for General Conditions, DAB rules and conditions of contract that are relevant to DAB's activities. B. Not give advice to employer, contractor, employer's personal or contractor's personal concerning conduct of contract, except as required to carry out DAB's activities. C. Ensure his her availability. Sorry, I'm taking this. Availability, because they are not present all time. They are not dedicated to site. They come sometimes once or twice or a quarter. So it says that ensure availability during term of DAB, except in exceptional circumstances, in which case DAB members shall give a notification without delay. Says without delay to parties and other members whatsoever, detailing exceptional circumstances for all meetings, site visits, hearings, and as is necessary to comply with subparagraphs A above. Okay. Then become and shall remain for duration of team of DAB knowledgeable about contract and informed about. Again I read, become and shall remain for duration of term of DAB knowledgeable about contract and informed about. 1. Parties performance of contract. Parties performance of contract. 2. Site and surroundings. 3. Progress of works and of whatever other parts of project of which contract forms part of, including by visiting site, meeting with parties, and by studying all documents received from either party under Rule 43 of DAB rules, which shall be maintained in a current working file and hard copy or electronic format at DAB member discretion. DAB members discretion. And E. Be available to give informal assistance when requested jointly by parties. When requested jointly by parties, so that is informal assistance. So this was clause number 5. 6. And 6 is general obligations of parties. So that was obligation of members and there's obligation of parties. Each party, the sixth one, each party shall comply with GC's DAB rules and conditions of contract that are relevant to DAB's activities. Employer and contractor shall be responsible for compliance with this provision by employer's personnel and contractor's personnel respectively. 6.2. Each party shall cooperate with other party in constituting DABs under subclause 21.1 constitution of DAB and or subclause 21.2 failure to appoint DAB members of conditions of contract without delay. 6.3. In connection with DAB's activities, each party shall A. Cooperate in good faith with DAB and B. Fulfill its duties and exercise whatever right or entitlement under contract, GC's and DAB's rules and or otherwise, in manner necessary to achieve objectives under one of DAB rules. 6.4. Parties, employers' personnel and contractors' personnel shall not request advice from or consultation with DAB member regarding contract except as required for DAB member to carry out DAB's activity. 6.5. At all times when interacting with DAB, DABs, each party shall not compromise DAB's warranty of independence and impartiality under subclause 3.1 above. 6.6. In addition to providing documentation or documents under Rule 4.3 of DAB rules, each party shall ensure that DAB members remains informed as is necessary to enable him or her to comply with subparagraph D of subclause 5.1 above. So this was clause 6. Clause 6. Now 7. This is confidentiality. Pushpashteta, confidentiality. This is 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4 and 4 clauses, sub-clauses in that. So we'll see what confidentiality about. And it's already been 3 hours, 10 minutes, so let us see how it works. We'll see. Let us see how it works here. It's on the file. It's in that file I was talking of. Yes, it's this file. So 7.1. Okay. Now, confidentiality subject to the 7.1, subject to subclause 7 for below. DAB member shall treat details of contract, all DAB's activities and documents provided under Rule 4.3 of DAB rules as private and confidential, and shall not publish or disclose them without prior written consent of parties and other members whatsoever, if any. 7.2, subject to subclause 7.4 below, employer, contractor and employer's personal and contractor's personal shall treat details of their activities as private and confidential. 7.3, each person's obligation of confidentiality under subclause 7.1 or subclause 7.2 above, as case could be or may be, shall not apply where information A was already in that person's possession without any obligation of confidentiality before receipt under that agreement. B becomes generally available to public through no breach of GC. C is lawfully obtained by person from a third party which is not bound by any obligations of confidentiality. 7.4, if a DAB member or his member is replaced under contract. If a DAB member is replaced under contract, parties and or other members shall disclose details of contract, documents provided under Rule 343 of DAB rules and previous DAB's activities, including decisions if any, to replacement DAB member as is necessary in order to. So what is this? If DAB member is replaced under contract, parties and or other members of any shall disclose others details of contract, some the documentation provided under Rules 4.3 of DAB rules and previous DAB's activities about, including decisions if any, to replacement DAB member as is necessary in order to enable replacement DAB member to comply with subparagraph D of subclause 5.1 above, and B ensure consistency in manner in which DAB activities are conducted following such replacement. And 8 is for parties undertaking and indemnities. Parties undertaking and indemnity. 8.1. There is 8.1, there is 8.2, I think. Yes, two clauses, subclauses in this too. 8.1. Employer and contractor undertake to each other and to DAB member that DAB member shall not A. be appointed as an arbitrator. A. be appointed as an arbitrator, shall not be appointed as an arbitrator in any arbitration under contract. B. not be called as a witness to give evidence concerning any dispute in any arbitration under contract, or not be liable for any claims for anything done or omitted in discharge or purported discharge of DAB members' functions, except in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless misconduct by him or her. And A2, employer and contractor hereby jointly and severally indemnify and hold DAB member harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from whatever claim from which he or she is relieved from liability under subclause 8.1 above. So this is regarding indemnity of parties. And then fees and expenses, clause number 9. Fees and expenses. 9.1, it is 9.1, and is there something else? It was long one. This is 9.2, 9.3, 9.3, this is 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, and 7 subclauses, long one, not short one. So this is time consuming subclause, no problem. This is fees and expenses, 9.1. DAB members shall be paid as follows in whatever currency named in DAB agreement, and that is a monthly fee, a monthly fee which shall be fixed fee as payment in full for 1. Being available on 28 days notice. Being available on 28 days notice for all meetings, site visits, and hearings under DAB rules, and in event of a request under Rule 3.6 of DAB rules, being available for an urgent meeting on site visit. So this is number 1. And number 2 is becoming and remaining knowledgeable about contract, informed about progress of work, and maintaining a current working file of documents in accordance with subparagraph D of clause 5.1 above. 3. All offices and overhead expenses, including secretarial services, photocopying, and office supplies incurred in connection with his or her duties, and 4. All services performed hereunder except those referred to in subparagraph B and C of this clause. Now this fee shall be paid monthly with effect from last day of month in which effective date occurs until end of month in which term of DAB expires, or DAB member declines to act or is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, resignation, or termination of his or her DAB agreement. If no monthly fee is stated in DAB agreement, matters described in subparagraphs 1 to 4 above shall be deemed to be covered by daily fee under subparagraph below, B below. And what's that? B, a daily fee which shall be considered as payment in full for each day, 1, part of a day or part of a day up to maximum of 2 days, travel time in each direction for journey between DAB members' home and site or another location of a meeting with parties and or other members if any. 2. Spent on attending meetings and making site visits in accordance with Rule 3 of DAB rules and writing reports in accordance with Rule 3.10 of DAB rules. 3. Spent on giving informal assistance. 4. Spent on attending hearings and in case of 3-member DAB, attending meetings between DAB members in accordance with subparagraph A of Rule 82 of DAB rules and communicating with other members and preparing decisions. And 5. Spent in preparation for hearing, spent in preparation for hearing and studying written documentation and arguments from parties submitted in accordance with subparagraph C of Rule 71 of DAB rules. C. All reasonable expenses. All reasonable expenses, including necessary travel expenses, airfare in business class or equivalent, hotel and subsistence, and other direct travel expenses, including visa charges incurred in connection with DAB members' duties, as well as cost of telephone calls and video conference calls, if whatsoever any, and internet access, courier, courier charges and faxes. DAB member shall provide parties with a receipt for each item of expenses. So now what we say, let's say we are going to travel and we have covered DAB members shall provide parties with a receipt for each of them, so it's fine. Then D. Any taxes properly levied in country. Whatever taxes properly levied in country on payments made to DAB members, unless a national or permanent resident of country under subclass 9.1. Now, 9.2, this was 9.1. 9.2, I'll explain later on about this. Let's go. I will read first. Have you read first reading this? And because it's only already 7 o'clock and I have to, maybe half an hour more I have to see this. Subject to subclause 9.3 below. Amounts of DAB members' monthly fee and daily fee under subclause 9.1 as said above shall be as specified in D agreement signed or under contract deemed to have been signed by parties and DAB members. Alright, then we say, let's see, let's video, so we have to find now, so 9.3, if parties and DAB members have agreed all other terms of agreement but fail to jointly agree amount of monthly fee or daily fee in the agreement, non-agreed fee in this subclause. A. What happens then? That agreement shall nevertheless be deemed to have been signed. Means DA agreement shall nevertheless be deemed to have been signed by parties and DAB members, except that fee proposed by DAB members shall only temporarily apply. B. Either party or DAB member may apply to appointing entity or official named in contract data to set amount of non-agreed fee. Alright. Either party or DAB member may apply to according to entity or official named in contract data to get amount of non-agreed fee. Now, now see appointing entity or official shall as soon as practicable and in any case within 28 days. All right now. Now, what I'm saying is appointing an entity or official shall as soon as practicable and in any case within 28 days after receiving any such application, set amount of non-agreed fee, which amount shall be reasonable, taking due regard of complexity of works and experience and qualification of DAB member and all other relevant circumstances. Then D is once appointing entity or official has set amount of non-agreed fee, this amount shall be final and conclusion shall replace fee under sub paragraph and above and shall be deemed to have applied from effective date. And then uh, that is E. Thereafter, after giving credit to parties for all amounts previously paid, after giving credit to parties for all amounts previously paid, in respect of non-agreed fee, balance if any due from DAB members to parties or from parties to DAB members, as case may be, shall be paid. This was financial issue. Now you have 9.4. Let's do that. 9.4. DAB members shall submit invoices for payment of monthly fee and airfares quarterly in advance, invoices for other expenses, and for daily fees shall be submitted following conclusion of a meeting. Okay, no problem, no. What is that? What's the follows our invoices of for other expenses and for daily fees shall be submitted following conclusion of a meeting, site visit or hearing, and following giving of decision of an informal written note under Rule 1 of DAB's rule. All invoices shall be accompanied by a brief description of DAB's activities performed during relevant period and shall be addressed to contractor. 9.5. Contractor shall pay such. Contractor shall pay each of DAB's member and invoices in full. Contractor shall pay each of DAB's member invoices in full within 28 days after receiving each invoice. Thereafter, contractor shall apply to employer in statements under contract for reimbursement of one half of amounts of these invoices. Employer shall then copy and pay. Employer then shall pay contractor in accordance with contract. So this was number 9.5. 9.6. What's that? 9.6. If contractor fails to pay to DAB member amount to which member entitled under DAB agreement within period of 28 days started at subclause 9.5 or 9.5 above, DAB member shall inform employer who shall promptly pay amount due to debt. Member, debt member, any and any other amount which may be required to maintain function on that. Therefore, thereafter, thereafter, employer shall by after that let's go to this is I think this I covered this paragraph. Employer shall pay when type of payment from the contractor. Let me say this. If contractor fails to pay to the member amount of 28 days, okay, this one. A, let me say A, all sums paid in excess of one half of this. Let me see this. If contractor fails to pay to DAB member amount to which he or she is entitled under the agreement within period of 28 days, the statements of 95 above, DAB member shall inform employer, who shall promptly pay amount due to DAB member and any other amount which may be required to maintain function of DAB member. Thereafter, employer shall by written request be entitled to payment from contract of A, all sums paid in excess of one half of these amounts, and B, reasonable costs of recovering these amounts from contractor, and B, financing charges calculated at rate specified in subclause 14, delayed payment of conditions of contract. Now, employer shall be entitled to such payment from contractor without any requirement to comply with subclause 20.2 claims for payment and or EOT of conditions of contract, and without prejudice to any other right or remedy. Okay, now we go further. Go to 9.7. 9.7, and then we'll talk of something else on this as well, because there are many other clauses left. This is 9.7. If DAB member does not receive payment of amount due within 56 days after submitting a valid invoice, DAB member may A, not less than 7 days after giving a notification to parties and other members, if any, suspend his or her services until payment is received, and or B, resign his appointment. Resign his or appointment by giving a notification under subclause 10(1) below. Below. Let me see actually. Alright, now see. Okay, then we go to, now another point is, there's one important point in that to see means when we say that DAB member, his obligation is to keep complete knowledge, to have complete knowledge of what's happening in the project, or the status of project, and thorough knowledge one should have according to capabilities of DAB member, because DAB member can be asked, requested by both parties jointly for something, whatever it is. This means it's duty of DAB member as well as it's duty of both parties, and particularly contractor, because effect goes on to contractor, that DAB member, whether sole or tribunal 3, they have to be kept updated of progress on site. They must have all documents, contract documents in their custody to understand what project is, and that should be from very beginning. And limitation time is 28 days of letter of invitation or letter of acceptance of bid. This given in conditions. 28 days time, it can be any time before 28 days time, but 28 days limitation means you must have entered into DAB agreement. You must have appointed your representatives, not representatives, can say your, once they are appointed, there are no more representatives, means both parties must appoint them, and they should be given all contract documents according to requirements. Contract documents means all contract documents. It's not simply contract. Drawings, specifications, whatever is there, valid contract documents must be given, and whatever report you have once a month, complete progress of that must go to them, if not in hard copies, in soft copies, so that they keep up updated of what's happening, they keep up updated what are problems, they keep up updated there is a dispute or no dispute. Of course they want to give a recommendation, but knowledge is a must, because when you meet together, those problems will appear, because when these people visit site, those problems will appear, and there must be professional that discipline, whatever disciplines that. So if they go blank-handed, empty-handed, it's no use. Once they know what's happening there, what's problem, in which discipline, there is quality problem, there is safety problem, there is design problem, there is problem of execution, or this procurement problem, all this is, they are not cooperating together, whatever is possible. Sitting person can also go to site. It's not a problem, they can go to site. You can also go to site. So what I say, site visits, problems, it should be like, they're not coordinators, but you should keep them informed. They must understand, and I would suggest that even shop and working drawings, soft copies you should give. Otherwise, it is not practically possible to know about what's happening on the project. It's simply assumption that everything is fine. When this mega project, where there's many foundations, many machines, many vessels, and too much work, technically, temporarily, permanent wise, preparation wise, so much go on sites, and sometimes site remains out of control. It happens temporarily because of lack of information, lack of direction. So these DAM members have every right, according to their obligations, that you have to keep them updated. And if you fail so to do, you are paying for what? You are going to pay 50-50, both parties, to these professionals for what? You ensure that your money should be properly utilized. If they understand everything you are doing on site, they will give you a better decision. They will give you better suggestion and demanded by both parties, if they understand well. This should be in interest of project. Means their understanding should reach that limit where they talk to you both jointly and tell you that why don't you like this, because don't waste time. Work is important, time is important. Why don't you avoid arbitration? If you take decision now in this manner, you can save time of this project and you need not conflict later on. That they can tell only when information is available, complete information. Yes, though you may send daily job record to them, that is different as for possible recording. But question is, sometimes project stops, project is held due to miscellaneous matters, miscellaneous issues. It's not personal advice they're giving. They are also responsible for project. There is also, to some extent, when both parties are available, they have every right to tell you are wasting time. Because you are wasting time, you will demand extension, which is not given. When you waste time, undue time, what does it mean? There is a delay on material submission, there is a delay on drawing submission, there is a delay on procurement, there is a delay on decision making. And they can talk to engineer also, don't forget. They can talk to designer also, don't forget. Because they are there to help a project to run away from problems. This doesn't mean they cannot independently speak to engineer. What's happening? Why don't you understand these problems? Why don't you make your decisions? They can force engineer to decide. Because as many problems are there, lack of decisions are there, delay in management is there, all delays lead to cumulative delays. And those cumulative delays lead to extension of time and then next time based claims, for which we are here. Only route is, don't try to hide progress status from them. Consider them senior engineer otherwise. That's all. Otherwise, there is no meaning holding. Why you employ them? Engineer is there, number one. Engineer is having semi-judicial authority, quasi-judicial authority to decide. And then there is arbitration, which is extra contractual, which is not a part of contract, but without a part of contract. Do you understand what I am saying? There is a contract. On that contract, engineer is mentioned, employer is mentioned, contract is mentioned, and also it's mentioned that dispute resolution mechanism shall be done by arbitrators of this competency, and also mentioned that there will be held one board on site, that's called Disputes Education Awareness Board, which you are talking about. So there is an engineer, then this board, and then there is arbitration. As far as level of engineer is concerned, that is level at contract. Contract means not contract party, contract administrator. Contract administrator is, and he is working for project. That engineer does not work for employer, that engineer does not work for contractor. This engineer works for project, of course paid by employer, but he reports to project, he examines projects, he interferes everywhere. It is basic right of engineer. Even if work is approved by site guys, resident engineer, engineer has the full authority to interfere in. Engineers cannot change finance, but engineer can recommend to employer. That's up to level of contract. And once supporting arrangement of contract is this, I am telling of that DF, this thing a new, till 2009, when still few years back, there was no question of that. Only direct jump from engineer to arbitration. Of course, amicable settlement, all this was there, but later on this DAP term was added, which stood in between engineers authority and this arbitration tribunal. Means function was, objective was to minimize disputes, to resolve disputes at engine level, or try to resolve them, or you can say resolve them at, or you can say reconcile them at board level, so that at least disputes only least disputes go to arbitration. That's objective behind that. And if you keep three tribunal members of that, means they're not tribunal actually, but let us say you treat them like arbitrator for your support. After all, you are paying them. Of course, they are not stationed at site, they are not located there, but they are located somewhere, virtually located. So they know what you are doing, and they are technical, they are engineers of your field, probably they do better. So it should be in interest of technical work as well as contractual work that they can suggest both, not one, both jointly, and project can be benefited, and engineer can also be benefited, because they may be more experienced than engineer. So that's what I am saying. This is what this clause conveys, means what we should do. Now we have to go back and see. It says that, so this was in this we said that it's a long clause of payment one, payment is well, let's go now. Now, and then it's clause 10, that's resignation and termination. There are 1, 10, 1, 10, 2, 10, 3, 10, 4, 10, 6, 10, 7, 10, 8, 10, 9. 10, 9, so there's 9 clauses in that. So how many pages later on you have to set down, but we will see. And there's challenge, and then there is dispute under DAB agreement, and there is, I think that's the last one. So after that we'll start DAB procedural rules. So now we go to again 10, which is set at 10.1, and this 10 is that 10 means time consuming resignation and termination. Resignation. DAB member is 10.1. DAB member may resign any time, whatever time, for whatever reason, by giving a notification of not less than 28 days or other period as may be agreed by parties and to other members, if applicable, and during this period parties shall take necessary steps to appoint without delay a replacement DAB members in accordance with subclause 221.1. Constitution of DAB of conditions of contract, and if applicable subclause for 21.2. Okay. So during this period, parties shall take necessary steps to appoint without delay a replacement DAB member in accordance with subclause 21.1 Constitution of DAB of conditions of contract, and if applicable subclause 21.2 failure to appoint DAB members of conditions of contract. 10.2 on expiry of period stated in subclause 10.1 above, an expiry of period stated in subclause 10 above, resigning DAB members, the agreement shall terminate with immediate effect. However, except if DAB member is unable to act as a result of illness or disability, if on date of DAB member's notice under subclause 10.1 above, DAB is dealing with any dispute under DAB subclause 20.4, obtain DAB's decision of conditions of contract, DAB member's resignation shall not take effect, and her DAB agreement shall not terminate until after DAB has given all corresponding decisions in accordance with contract. Okay, this is a different one, not very complicated one. 10.3. At any time, parties may jointly terminate DAB agreement. At any time, parties may jointly terminate the agreement by giving a notification of not less than 42 days to DAB members. Termination clause. 10.4. If DAB member fails without justifiable excuse to comply with subclause 5.1 above, parties may, without prejudice to their other rights or remedies, jointly terminate his or DAA agreement by giving a notification by recorded delivery to DAB member. Notice shall take effect when it is received by DAB member. 10.5. If either party fails without justification, justifiable excuse to comply with clause 6 above, DAB member may, without prejudice to his or owner's right, if either party fails without justifiable excuse to comply with clause 6 above, DAB member may, without prejudice to his rights of remedies, terminate DAB agreement by giving a notice to parties. This notice shall take effect when received by both parties. 10.6. The resignation or termination under this clause shall be final, binding on parties and DAB member. However, in notice given under the subclause 10.3 or 10.4 above by either of an employer or contractor, but not both shall be of no effect. Then 10.6 is any resignation or termination under clause shall be final, binding on party and DAB member, however notice given under this subsection 10.3, 10.4 by either employer or contractor partner, by both shall be on no effect. Again, I read this conclusion. Any resignation or termination under this clause shall be final and binding on parties and DAB member, however notice given under subclause 10.3, 10.4 above by either employer or contractor, but not by both, shall be of no effect. 10.7. Subject to subparagraphs of B of subclause 11.5 below, in event of resignation or termination under this clause, DAB member shall nevertheless be entitled to payment of whatever fees and or expenses under DAB agreement that remain outstanding as of date of termination of his or the agreement. 10.8 ends this. After resignation by DAB member of his or DAA agreement under then we can say 10.8, any resignation by DAB member or termination of a DAB agreement under clause of DAB member shall remain bound by his obligation of confidentiality under subclause 7.1 above, and be return origin of any document, origin of a document in his possession to party who submitted such document in connection with DAB's activities at party's written request. and cost. 10.9, subject to subject to any mandatory requirements under governing law of DA agreement. Termination of DA agreement under this clause shall require no action of whatever kind by parties of that member as actually found. So this what is clause 10 of resignations, etc. And there's 11, 12, two clauses. I think today maybe we don't have that much time left now. So I should say we'll take later on because probably it's not going to complete this now. I think we are in advanced stage of FIDIC, and that's 2017. Previous was in 1999, so it's a gap of 18 years, and it was amended, and now it's another 3 years about. I was also not sure about this before. By chance, I just got some information, so I tried to relook into that, and there's some, major changes are there. I think it happens because of Brexit issue. UK was a party of EU. Later on, is a part of EU, and UK tried to force its language onto EU, and they might be because it is UK. They is subject to that. Example is force majeure, which is now that is out of that, but it has been replaced by exceptional events. And I tried to go into new engineers contract that is issued by the Institution of Civil Engineers UK, NEC 4, but I could not find any copy of that from there. And if we can't spend money, it's very expensive. I didn't find, means you can't pay for this issue. We searched to find for instruction purposes, but I did not get any. I think they are more stronger than this. These files are available of this. FIDIC means some people try to get it. Means Europe is a little flexible, I can say, use better than you can restrict people, and they try to force onto you UK EU with their language, but now because they are out, so they change. Probably that could be a reason, I don't know. Otherwise, there's no major change. Force majeure conditions are same as now in exceptional circumstances. Exceptional events means same means there's no whatever you say in force majeure is now this is changed name only. So it doesn't make a difference. Still, this force majeure. That's why I wanted to verify from you. And this is NEC. This name in the contract. What stands in that, but I could not find a copy of that. It's not available anywhere. Just a comparison is available, of course. Comparison between Red Book and your NEC, which will take up next time. Of course, this is very important to understand why there's a change, why is the difference. Though FIDIC is at international, the NEC people are not aware of that. Before it should be institution of ICE based contracts, and there's a REBA contract also, which is an architect contract based on where architect is dominant, while in NEC engineers supposed to be dominant. I can't say exactly, but in this engineer mentioned, and we have to take this is construction. This is Red Book, which is for construction, where employer is designer, he is responsible designs and construction, or contractors only work according to design. But where EPC is coming, I will take up EPC also. I think that's more important than this. EPC involves your plant's life and facilities construction, all that. Where design is involved part, and design is also important. Otherwise, everything we must know. And if you know that, means you can understand professional work better than something else, because it's good if you know that as an engineer. You can be more successful if you, because construction is done on site. That's one part that doesn't go to that level where you have to hold control contractually. Contractual control is more important than technical control. Technical changes and acceptable contract takes a lot of time for resolutions. If you are hung in for 1 year or 2 years in international arbitration, then you know what's the result. Though it should be better to avoid arbitration, because arbitration doesn't do anything except waste time. So if a manager or a construction person or engineer understands this, how to save time, because nothing will get anything in arbitration except until there is very reliable information available on this, and drastic changes are there and probably not covered under cutting on contracts, and that cutting is to be removed from contracts. Means why should we be covered by something, and we are spending money, we are working a lot, and see we work till 10 nights, and somebody just makes some changes. I've seen many changes, many designs. Before bid, some documents speak something else, and after bids, you find post bid when contracts awards, this will find hidden changes there. Sometimes it happens. Who goes through all those thousands of documents? Nobody goes through that. So that's only part. I'm not saying that they are cheats or like that. Means many hands change designs. If you just do something, it's not right. But we should be logical. We should be professional, and we should not do cheating work. And this is red book, not complete yet. I've gone through general conditions of this, and I've gone through all these clauses, 20 clauses which are there in red book, and 21 clauses, arbitration clauses, separate agreement, I can say, because it's not embedded. It's of course embedded in that condition, but it's not permanently embedded. It's a separate contract, separate contract agreement, arbitration agreement. So we are going to do DAB, and then we have to go to how to jump to arbitration from there onwards. And at that point, we'll jump to this EPC bit. I think EPC, silver, yellow book, white book. There are so many books. I didn't find the 2070 editions. I could find only for let us see if we find Savan. Start that one because now I try to go back to this because it's already 7:30 around. I've gone up, and you may have to many activities with you. So I hope this content is very, very serious. I'm not finding people to have an interest in this because, okay, technically you take interest, no interest, you are qualified technically, but you have to qualify yourself practically here. And I have dealt with advocates and dealt with some senior judges also, but I'm not too pleased with their knowledge as far as contracts are concerned. Means if they did arbitration, is they waste your time. They are more interested in clauses. They are more interested in responses. They are more interested in long responses for no constructive meaning, no support. I mean, point to point writing responses are much better than writing. They're just interested in giving it happen in that case. They'll give 50 pages of that, having no material, wayful material that can be used. That's tendency of those. Fortunately, there has been time limits set in the Arbitration Act, local, domestic act. For international, it's the same. I'll go through Act again because 1996 Act was changed many times, and it is good Act. Means arbitration has been power of a court in our country, which may not be in other countries. Means in our country, arbitration awards are considered equivalent to court. There's no need on any stamp of court on that. Itself is equivalent to the decree of court. So that's why I'm saying it's important to learn about this. Is when you sit in arbitrator, means you have to write your award which is equivalent to court award until it's not disputed, or until you can say it is dissent award. If there's a panel of three arbitrators, and they give same unique judgment or consensual judgment, meaning unanimous judgment, so that stands. The trial is, even Supreme Court cannot interfere in that. That's law of land. So we have to, and they try to input some judges there. I don't know what happened after that. I'll go through again the act one, because what happens actually. They are not interested in arbitration. They are interested in money. This is a fact, and we don't understand this point. They are only interested in money, and particularly the retired Supreme Court judges and high courts are more interested in that, because they can't do anything else. And it's not small money, it's money in lakhs per day. You can't get that salary in 1 month, but they can get fee of one sitting, maybe 1 lakh or 2 lakh and more. This is happening. So that's the reason that they try to use this as their commerce. Actually speaking, they are interested in that. So I want to close it now, and I hope I will be sitting tomorrow back again. Thank you very much all. 1 or 2 persons are no problem at all. I don't care for that. I put this every day to LinkedIn also. I mean, I give link to on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and on structural in this Forum of India. So people can if they are interested can go to that, because and moreover, one I think that mm, so I ended now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.